Welcome to Goji Shore, a podcast where we review Jersey Shore episodes and various kaiju movies, and we find the connecting themes. I'm your host, Jay.
And I'm also your host, Nick. And, why are we here, Jay? Why are we
Uh,
doing this?
we're here because I grew up watching Jersey Shore, and I love it. And before I started trying to analyze why I loved it, because of this podcast, I couldn't explain why I loved it, and I just wanted you to watch it, and this is the only way I could think of to get
This.
you to watch it with me is to is to make
So
it
it's entrapment. You're
a
admitting to
project. Yeah,
entrapment
yeah.
right away. Okay. See,
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say that you asked me to start a podcast with you, and I told you no, and then you kept asking me. And I said, only if you come up, if we can together come up with something that no one else has ever done. And then we came up with the dumbest idea possible. I thought that's what you
Yeah.
were going to say.
Oh no, but there was a fair amount of that.
Yeah.
But
Well,
but
welcome everyone. I'm sorry, go ahead. Please continue.
oh, I was just gonna ask you why you wanted to share kaiju movies with me, since I
Because they're
explained.
good.
Oh,
Because they're
well,
good, Jay.
so
Kaiju
is
movies are great.
so
Everyone
is
loves
Jersey
them.
Shore. It was a pop culture phenomenon.
Look, okay. So, yes, everyone, this is Goji Shore. The, as far as we can tell, only podcast in the world where equal time is spent discussing episodes of the Jersey Shore, episode by episode, and a kaiju movie. A different one every week. We're not just going to talk about one ad nauseum. I mean, maybe we will. I don't know.
I don't know. Godzilla 2000 is gonna be hard to beat, which is the one we did
Yes,
this week.
that's very good. Yeah, so we did Jersey Shore episode 1 this week, because fittingly, you start at the beginning. You start at the beginning of a series and work through. And that's why...
Sometimes.
That's
I
why
mean,
I
there's
then...
plenty of people that jump into the middle of Jersey Shore and then they go, "What the hell happened?" And then they need to know why. And
Well,
I think you could do that with any series and audience.
disagree, but Jay, we're like historians. We need to go to the beginnings to find the source and go from there. And that's why I didn't have a start with the original Godzilla movie.
I
And
was
instead
about to ask, was Godzilla 2000 the first? Because I don't think so.
I instead said, let's start about 45 years into the franchise's history. Because, quite frankly, I don't trust us to be good enough at this yet to talk about a Godzilla movie that's really good. And
You
so
really
I
should have
chose this
started
one.
60 million years ago and to the root of that invader, but we can get to that. He was 60 million years old. They
You're
said
jumping,
so.
you're jumping ahead. You're jumping
I
ahead to
know.
Oregon.
I'm all over. I'm excited.
But yes, audience, listener, the one person who stuck around this long.
Two, there's definitely one Godzilla fan and one Jersey fan, so all two of our fans.
We hope. We certainly hope that if anyone listens to this, the problem will be is we are aiming for an impossible Venn diagram. That being the people who love Jersey Shore enough to listen to an episode by episode recap, and the people who love Godzilla and kaiju movies as a whole enough to listen to two people who sort of know what they're talking about go into them ad nauseum. And we're hoping for the very small group of people who fit into the middle of that.
I'm gonna be straight up about my fantasy for it that we lightly discussed amongst each other was that, like, eventually, if our show goes on long enough, there's gonna be a Jersey fan and a Godzilla fan that somehow meet through this fandom and end up married. I'm gonna ship for that. I'm gonna hope for that so bad, and I'm gonna manifest it.
It might happen.
Yeah, it could.
We
Uh,
we might be held legally responsible for that relationship.
I hope not. I hope I'm not legally responsible for any Jersey Shore fans' relationship.
Well,
Except my own.
as as we get into the Jersey Shore, I think people might be getting the idea of what we're doing here, of discussing high class art films of kaiju media. Not just Godzilla, to be clear, because we unfortunately discovered there's a lot more Jersey Shore than there is Godzilla. And so we will be including all manner of giant monsters as we come to them. But the reason we're doing this...
Sorry, I cut you off. Go.
It's all good, Jay. I'm just explaining the core concept here. The reason we're doing this, of course, is because when they wrote the Jersey Shore, every episode, and most people don't know this, every episode it was actually intended that there would be a piece of kaiju media that was meant to be consumed along with that episode. A peanut butter and jelly, if you will. A red wine and a cheese. I don't know anything about wine, but I assume there's a particular cheese that goes with it. We're cultured like that here.
Well, yeah, what do you think MTV stands for? It's Monster TV. And that's what Jersey Shore was on.
Exactly. And Godzilla 2000 is the movie that was meant to go with Jersey Shore Episode 1. We don't make the rules.
Filmed in 2009. Or aired in 2009.
Yeah. They pulled from it. Again, it's like a historical connection.
All right. We connect themes here.
Yeah, the end goal of every episode, dear audience, is that we are going to try and find a connecting theme between each episode of the Jersey Shore that we watch and its correlating kaiju movie. I'm sure it'll go well every single time.
I'm sure we will always find a theme and we will never struggle. Should we jump into it, or?
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk Jersey Shore.
We're gonna talk Jersey Shore. So I should probably explain to the Godzilla listeners out there what Jersey Shore is. Yeah, and to you.
To be clear, I don't think I made it very clear. I've not seen Jersey Shore before.
Oh, that's right.
Jay,
we
I think
should
it's fair.
explain
You've not
that.
seen many Godzilla movies or kaiju movies as
I think
whole.
I saw the King Kong movie with Jack Black in it.
Okay, and I know you've seen Godzilla -1 because I made you watch it.
Yes, I did watch that one. That was a very good one. Yes.
I don't expect that quality on all of them.
Well, I have a suggestion for a future episode, but I will reveal that later this episode. So stay tuned.
It's a little sizzle for the steak.
But for for Nick and for those other Godzilla fans out there that stumbled upon our show by accident and have to listen to me for a little bit. Jersey Shore was a show that aired on MTV in 2009. It had six seasons. Yeah, Monster TV. It had 6 seasons, and basically it was... It was interesting in that it was different from a lot of... I'm sorry.
That was the tagline of the show of "It was interesting."
Yeah. It was interesting in that basically they were figuring out what the reality TV format was going to look like, because obviously they had done reality TV before and it was becoming more popular at this time. But a lot of the reality television from before, except for True World, which I believe was in the 90s and early 2000s, which I think was kind of the stepladder that led to Jersey Shore, which ended up becoming way bigger. But basically a lot of it was reality competition shows, and it wasn't just like kind of a cameras falling around people 24/7 kind of peek into their actual lives. And so Jersey Shore was originally supposed to be a competition show, and it was supposed to be a competition show about finding the most Guido Italian. And I would like to touch on something real fast with the term Guido, because I actually discovered in my research that is an ethnic slur. So I do want to call attention to that. It is some people refer to it as like a derogatory way to refer to a working class Italian. And some people just use it like as to refer to like the stereotype of Jersey Guido, which is like the blowouts and wearing the chains and kind of the mega macho mindset that you will see a lot in Jersey Shore.
See, I'm glad you brought that up because in the entirety of us watching this first episode, or of me watching it and waiting to come here, the whole time I was just hearing them say this and going, "Oh, this is unfortunate for us. This is unfortunate for us, two non-Italian people."
Yeah, so I did want to mention, like, so Guido is by some, and this is where it gets complicated because I read a lot of interviews by them, and it seems like there's a lot of people that see it as an ethnic slur. There's some people that just see it more as slang and not an ethnic slur. I'm not Italian, so I'm not going to claim which one is correct or not. I'm not going to tell people how to feel about it. I just, myself, having no Italian heritage to claim anything to, I'm probably going to try to avoid using the term. But just know that in the show regularly they do refer to themselves as Guidos and Guidettes, and they just kind of see it more as kind of a lifestyle. And they also have mentioned in several interviews that they're not necessarily there to represent Italians necessarily. It's just they have Italian heritage, and they do draw on some things like that, just like any, I'm sure, people with cultural heritage probably draw on some elements of it in their life, but then there's some other elements, especially in America, where things do get kind of mixed, where, so they're just being themselves, basically. And that's how they refer to themselves.
I do believe that when they say they aren't trying to represent all Italians, they do have a big Italian flag in the shape of Italy on their
garage
door. So I don't know if maybe the studio was informed that they weren't trying to represent all Italians. And it is unfortunate, and I do agree we should, avoid using the term, and if we use it, audience, if we use it, it will mostly be in terms of we are quoting a character who is saying it. And it is unfortunate because, for instance, in my notes here, with all that being said, I have Girls Love Guidos times 30, and that's my 6th note in the episode, because by that point in the episode, not very far into it, they said that a lot. So we're doing our best here. We're trying to be sensitive to everybody. Unsurprisingly, Jersey Shore is making sensitivity very difficult.
It was in 2009, so,
and it was on the Jersey Shore. Rules are different there.
Yeah,
I imagine.
That's what they say. I mean, you never fall in love with the Jersey Shore. That's one rule. Very prominent one. I'm sure that doesn't happen to anybody. I'm sure that doesn't happen to anybody.
Literally episode 1. Do we want to get started with talking about episode 1, or do you have more
well, there was
scene setting?
There's two other things I wanted to touch on. Well, actually one thing basically, and then we can get into it. And I'm sorry, audience, I'm not going to do this every episode. I just do feel, since it's episode 1, it is important to get into a little bit. Another thing,
I don't know any of this, so this is an educational podcast.
This
for
is me. It's me giving a little bit of a, I don't know if I'd call it a moral high horse. That's not what I mean to be, and I certainly won't be that. But I just do want to throw out there to our audience, that we can, I would never, ever, ever deny anybody the joy of being a judgmental little shit when watching reality television. That's like most of the fun.
That's good. That's most of my notes.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what we're doing here, Jay.
But, I know. So I'm not gonna be on a high horse saying don't, but I do want to just throw out there. But keep in mind, like, judge the behavior and maybe not the people. Keep in mind that these aren't unless you're gonna throw me a real left field one I don't know about. Like, people in kaiju movies are characters. The Jersey Shore people were real people. I don't want to be sitting there, herring-viewing people that have already been thrown into the press ringer since their early 20s, and it was 2009. I think we all kind of collectively know that society is kind of hopefully matured from a lot of some of that stuff, and they themselves have admitted in interviews, like, yeah, looking back, obviously it's like, damn, I wish I wouldn't have said that or acted that way. So it's kind of like, keep in mind they were in their early 20s. It was 2009.
You mean to tell me Mike regrets calling himself The Situation on a popular television show?
Well, he probably doesn't regret that. He probably there's probably other things he regrets. Probably not that one, because I think he very much capitalized on The Situation, and I think he actually had that trademarked. So.
Oh my goodness! I have comments about The Situation when we get to that.
I know you do. Like I said, and I would not deny that of you. Just like, keep in mind, me and Nick are referring to the behaviors.
Yeah, well,
and this is an old show.
Exactly, and it's also, these people are. It's real, but it's reality TV. All of these people are having people behind the camera and behind the scenes prodding them to do the most dramatic thing, either directly or indirectly. So there has to be that understanding of, yes, these are all real people. They're all putting on a show. They're all being pushed to do things that they normally wouldn't do, assumedly. It's it is what it is.
Ooh, I'm so glad you said that, because there's this last little thing I'll touch on, and then I promise we'll get to the episode. But I wanted to tell you, because I don't know if you knew this or not. I actually did not know it until recent research. I kind of figured some stuff, but until recent research, I did not concretely know. So the rules of filming, they had like a lot of rules of filming, because producers actually didn't feed them lines, or, they did have certain storylines, but they weren't. The producers, from my understanding of all the research that I've done on this so far, and maybe I'll find something else out and I'll reveal that later down the line, but from my understanding so far, in the filming of Jersey Shore, especially in season 1, but even kind of, it seems to be a continuing theme throughout the series, because they did want to keep that authenticity that made fans fall in love with it and made it a phenomenon, is that they didn't feed them lines. They did, however, edit the shit out of it to promote certain storylines. So, of course, with editing and producers, they're trying to tell a story to keep it entertaining and to keep the drama. So just keep in mind that some of the editing might not tell the full story, but it might tell a lot of it. But they did not, tell them they needed to do this or that. From my understanding, it seems like a lot of it was their genuine reaction to things, and they might push certain storylines a little bit, but I can get into that more as the series continues.
See,
but
I understand the desire to go in and edit things to tell a particular story. That is actually why we're doing this podcast, so I can have enough verbal material of you saying things that collectively I could just make you say whatever.
Is that why you're doing this? I thought you were just padding your voice actor, credentials.
No. That's
so you're telling me you're not going to do voices of all the Jersey casts?
I think, remember what we were just saying about sensitivity culturally?
I think it would be a deeply bad thing. Making fun of them. I'm not saying impersonate them and make fun of them. I think
if I tried to do every single member of the cast, it would very quickly be, oh, Nick can do one Italian accent, and it's not good, and it sounds like Mario.
Let's not do that, then. Let's not do that. But
maybe we'll see. We'll see when we get to quotes. Maybe I'll end up falling into an approximation of the Jersey accent.
Excellent.
And all of our Jersey listeners will turn off.
So, so some of the rules of filming is that, where I got this from was from a Ask Me Anything Reddit post done by a mod verified field producer for seasons 1 through 3. Is that there was, I think, 47 cameras. Or no, 42 cameras, 42 cameras around the property, around the boardwalk, around the shore store that they work at. They were allowed only one personal unfilmed phone call a week. They were not allowed cell phones. They were not allowed access to the TV. They were not allowed access to the internet. They were not allowed to, if there were two cast members in a bathroom, they had to have a field producer follow them in, so you couldn't have two cast members alone in that way. If they went anywhere at all, they had to have a film producer go with them. So whenever they left the house, they had to have a film or a producer and crew with them. What other things were they? They were not allowed to read books or have books or magazines in the house because that could be a way to send codes to one another by pointing at certain words, and they weren't allowed to pass notes back and forth to each other. So imagine
So when
that.
you say that they didn't manipulate any of what they were doing, they did keep all of these people in prison. So...
Well, yeah, I should probably touch on that. Is that, so, yeah, they did manipulate. I'm sorry, that was maybe a misleading on my part. Immediately, right away.
It does sound like what you said is what the producers would like to be said.
It's not like the producers went to, like, JWoww and said, okay, go kiss, like, the situation right now or something. They didn't do any of that. So whatever their reactions were to all this were their real reactions. However, keep in mind, they were under a lot of stress. They were always surveillanced. I think the only place that didn't have a camera was the shower. So they actually took really long showers just for a moment of privacy. And there was I feel like there was one other thing that I was going to... Oh, and basically keep in mind that all of their entertainment or their avenues for entertainment were pretty slim and cut off. So really all there was to do was to drink, party, and fight.
This is like when you hear about animals that are held at like a little sideshow zoo where it's like, oh, they live in a big concrete enclosure and they get a hole with water in it and they get one ball to play with.
Right? Exactly. That's what I think. Yeah, I do.
So what you're saying is that, like many of those animals, at some point in this series, Snooki is gonna snap and rip off a producer's face or something.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Jay couldn't spoil.
Find out. I can't spoil.
That was in that Reddit Ask Me Anything.
That was. So if you want to look that up yourself, viewer or listener, I should say, you go ahead and do that. They will reveal a lot more, a lot faster than I will.
About when they made all these people go insane and turn on them.
Yeah, they actually did go into some of that. It was a very extensive interview thing. I would highly recommend going to check it out.
There's people listening to this who have... This is going to be a recurring thing. People who have watched all of Jersey Shore are going to hear me say things, and either they're going to go, whoa, he's spot on, or they're going to go, this guy's so stupid, he doesn't know anything of what's happening.
Or they're gonna be, maybe they're gonna be very kind and then just be like, oh Nick, you don't even know yet.
These are Jersey Shore fans, Jay. I assume they're all horrible people.
I mean,
that's right, I'm alienating half the audience. Episode 1, let's go. No, I will admit, so going into the first episode here.
Yeah.
I will admit, I was sort of like, are these episodes going to be different enough and crazy enough to give us a new episode for each week of television? Because I'm like, is this going to get samey? And upon watching episode 1, my main takeaway, if I was to describe it in one sentence, would be, I did not expect it to go so hard so fast. I really thought there was going to be more of a build-up.
Well, if Hulu could describe this first episode in a couple of sentences, they would say, summer at the Jersey Shore kicks off when 8 housemates move into their summer share. Romance heats up between Sammy and Mike, but all might be lost when the guys invite 3 random girls to join them in the hot tub.
See, I didn't listen, or I didn't read any description for this, so it was a roller coaster. I kept thinking the episode was about done, and then it would just keep going, and a new thing would just happen. So, for those like me, for the kaiju fans here, those of you who haven't skipped ahead, who haven't just clicked the forward 30 seconds button repeatedly until you hear me say the word Godzilla, and now you reach here and you get really disappointed when you realize we're still talking about Jersey Shore. But for those who don't know, here's the main crew of the show, and I'm gonna read it out so that Jay can tell me if I've somehow in my notes gotten these names wrong, and I'm gonna have to go rewrite everything.
I'm so excited to do it. Let's go.
In order of appearance, we have Polly D. We've got Nicole Snooki.
Yes.
We've got Mike the Situation. which in my notes I have the situation brackets exclamation point question mark exclamation point.
I have in my notes for Mike the Situation a direct quote from him, which is, "Looks like Rambo pretty much with my shirt off."
Disagree. Also, it says Mike the Situation, who I've noted looks way too old to be here, but we'll get back to that. We have Sammy, Sweetheart. We have Ronnie. We have Jenny, JWoww. We have Vinny, and we have Angelina. Now, very important question for you, Jay.
Yeah.
Did you ever try and get anyone to call you JWoww?
In my life?
Yeah, in your life.
No.
That's shocking.
But I will say, I was reading where the nicknames came from, and that was an interview from vulture.com that was pretty great. And JWoww got her nickname, I guess, because she was working in a club before she ever joined Jersey Shore. And whenever she would walk by the DJ, I guess he would always say "wow" to her. And then, like, I think she was helping DJ. And I have to go read the thing again and get back to you. But something about, I think she was like helping DJ or speaking to the microphone or something, and then referred to herself as JWoww. So it was just kind of like a joke at work that then when she filled out the application, she had to have a nickname. I think she didn't really have a nickname other than Jenny, so she just filled out JWoww.
So, question about that. I have in my notes here, why does Pauly D, Ronnie, Vinny, and Angelina not get nicknames, but everybody else does? What is going on?
I couldn't tell you that. I think
they just left that part of the application blank.
I think Situation is the only one maybe who was like, yeah, I'm diehard all about this, because he trademarked his and made it like a brand. It was great marketing on his part. But Snooki also in the interview said, I literally did not have a nickname, but it felt like I needed to put one down. One of my old girlfriends called me Snooki, and so I just kind of put that down, and I didn't know it was going to blow up so big, and now I wish I put something else down.
Yeah. Okay,
Has
so the
anybody
episode...
ever called you Snooki, Nick, in your life?
No one's ever called me Snooki, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know.
I can
when
start
you're named,
if you want.
it's okay. I mean,
we can try it out. We can try it out.
I'm already Nick. I don't think a Nicole... She would sue me if I started going by Snooki. She'd come at me.
I think she has too much money.
She has way more money than
suing
me.
You.
Well, Jay, so to get to the episode itself, we start off with all of our characters. Yes. They are talking. They give each other. They introduce everybody introduces themselves.
Yeah, they're showing for the viewers that aren't seeing this. They are showing basically the audition tapes that they have sent in to the to MTV or the producers that were doing this. Yeah.
So in this, Pauly D, while talking about himself, mentions that he, quote, I don't want to take a lot of guys' girlfriends, but it just happens. Good energy. Also, multiple of them, particularly Snooki, mentioned that their ultimate dream is to move to Jersey, which I get is probably something that they are saying. The context of what you've just told me, to get this job at a show called Jersey Shore, seems like you could dream bigger. It's just a beach, guys. It's not even, it's not that amazing of a beach from what I've seen so far in this show. But, maybe it's great.
Oh,
I've been to the East Coast beaches. They're fine.
I have not. I hope to someday. I hope to go to the Jersey Shore, which is Seaside Heights.
One day. So, also, we've mentioned the situation a few times.
Yes.
Now, viewers, as if people are watching this, listeners.
All two of our fans.
Yeah, so listener, the Godzilla listener, turns out the situation is his abs. I found this very upsetting. Also, and we'll get into this more later, but the situation does not have the best abs in this group. He is notably not the most muscular guy. So him making his whole thing be, hey, look at my abs, is wild because as we discover, Ronnie is fucking massive.
Well, I will. To be fair, I like to give everyone their day in court. Mike, the situation is older, and he was
we'll
trying
get to
to
that.
be. We will. He was trying to, before the Jersey Shore, I believe he was trying to be an underwear model, and then he probably, I don't think anybody predicted how big Jersey Shore was going to blow up, so he was probably thinking this is going to be just like a one-hit wonder, like one-season reality thing, so maybe I can get some like exposure, so maybe if I show off my abs as much as humanly possible on the show, maybe I can get a deal with someone.
Do you
And
think
you know
he
what?
saw...
I cannot blame him for that.
Do you think he then saw Ronnie and went, oh, this isn't going to work? I've made a huge mistake because this man is twice as wide as me.
I don't think he thought that at all because he keeps showing his abs and
That's
the chance
true.
he gets.
He does keep showing his abs. So, speaking of the men of this show,
yes.
In this introduction, we come to a character who, all right, keeping in mind that all of these people were in their early 20s, all the things Jay said, they're all in their early 20s. Yeah. They're being kept in a P.T. Barnum style circus. They're being kept in cages and poked with like sharpened sticks.
Getting poked with boom mics.
Being fed gruel, I guess.
I say that. I think the producers of them actually had a pretty good relationship, but go on.
We get to a character who I can only describe as my absolute least favorite, which is my boy Vinny.
Your least favorite?
My boy Vinny, who in this introduction... Well, okay, Vinny might not be... Vinny is tied for my least favorite. Vinny and Polly do a lot of heavy lifting to be unlikable.
Really? But that's not the general fan consensus, so I'm interested.
I'm only episode 1. Listen,
that's okay. Yeah,
any Paul heads out there, I'm only episode 1. But Vinny,
any blowouts out there.
Yeah, Vinny is talking to us about how much he loves his family and everything, and I, like an absolute fool, right? He's the only one who doesn't seem like the absolute worst. I would very quickly eat these words, but not as quickly as not as quickly as when oh boy, I'm trying to remember who it was who said this.
Why don't you say the quote? I probably can
tell
you if you tell me the quote.
I don't think it's Jenny. I think it might be JWoww. Yeah, I think it might be Jenny. Okay, no, it is Jenny. Is the quote of, after I've had sex with a guy, I rip their head off like a praying mantis. I had better fucking see that in this show, Jay. If Jenny hooks up with someone and does not rip their head off like a praying mantis, I am going to be so upset.
Well, you're in luck, Nick, because actually in season 2, episode 6, I think it is, JWoww grows to the size of the Empire State Building and becomes a kaiju that rips multiple men's heads off. So you have to keep listening, audience.
I can't
This is how I draw them in. This is how I trick them.
I can't wait. What was that?
Nothing. Anyway, so why don't you tell me...
That'll be when we do the 50-foot woman.
Yeah. Oh my God, listener, I cannot wait. Okay, let's keep going. So why are you gonna eat your words about Vinny, Nick?
We'll get to that, but real quick, I have one more thing about JWoww first, which is that JWoww mentions that she has a boyfriend, as does Angelina.
Yes.
Now, in the first episode, these boyfriends do not get much play, but all I could say is, big oof. There's no way that's gonna go well. Also, Jenny's clearly not had sex with her boyfriend because he still has a head. So, they've gotta be waiting, because as far as we know, the man still has his head. So, that's good for him, I guess. Maybe we'll get to see that later in the show.
Well, are you talking like you want to see her physically rip a man's head off or emotionally? I think I think if you're
Jay,
expecting emotionally, you will be very you don't you
I
worry. But I think if you're talking physically, you may be a little disappointed.
I want a Mortal Kombat style finisher move where JWoww rips a man's head off post coital.
Well, I won't spoil anything, but I will say I will say there may be some combat mortaling that happens later in this
Combat
series.
mortaling.
Yeah.
Great. Now the one Mortal Kombat fan stopped listening to us.
Oh, damn
I'm
it.
here. I'm here for you, Mortal Kombat fans. I'm excited for the next
I'm
movie
not.
for my boy Kano.
I want to know what you're doing here. Not in a mean way, not in a mean girls who can't sit
How
with
did
us
you
way,
get here?
but yeah, exactly. More like I want you to do your own podcast where you're like, where it plays a little blurb of us, and then you go, you're probably wondering how I ended up here.
See, unfortunately, none of the Mortal Kombat movies really have any giant monsters show up with a frequency that could justify me calling it a kaiju movie.
There's
Goro's
still
big,
time.
but he's not a kaiju. Yeah,
There's
maybe in
still
the next
time.
one. Maybe in the next one.
Let's continue with Jersey
Last
Shore.
note before we move on, I do have that. Do these people think Jersey Shore is the Narnia for fuckboys? Which I think, yes. I upon watching more of the show, I think that is an accurate description.
I think it was my understanding from their points of views from interviews is that like the Jersey Shore, because a lot of these people are from New York, so my understanding is like the Seaside Heights Jersey Shore type thing is like almost like a rite of passage, I guess, for like New Yorkers in that subset of, or you know. So my understanding is like a lot of them go to like have proms there and stuff in high school, and then when they turn 21, they all like kind of go there to get shore houses and go out to the bars and party. So it's like their Rumspringa, I guess.
Locked in a house for 8 seasons of television or however long the show goes.
Yes, every New Yorker does that. Every New Yorker goes to Jersey Shore. And
This
gets
is the only one that blew
6
up.
Weeks. Yeah, this just happens to be the only one.
So Polly D gets to the house first, and quite honestly, I don't hate their house.
It's a great house.
It's a really nice little beach house. I mean, the aforementioned Italian flag on the on the garage door, you know, maybe a little bit, maybe lacks subtlety, but it's got some nice wood paneling. It's got good natural lighting. It's got a lovely, as we see later, lovely sort of balcony overlooking the ocean. It's a lovely place.
What's on that balcony, just so our viewers or our listeners can get a picture?
There's a big bed on the balcony. There's a big bed. There's a couch.
Yes.
There is a jacuzzi hot tub.
Okay, perfect. That's all they need to know.
All of these things might be relevant to things that happened in this episode because that's why I can remember them.
It overlooks the boardwalk, which they basically walk around the boardwalk to get to their gig at the t-shirt shore store that they all work at. It's like one of those touristy like t-shirt places that they do custom t-shirt pressing and things like that.
So the situation and Polly both arrive, and immediately they become buds. And then just as immediately, one of them, probably the situation, spider sense goes off and he goes, "I hear a girl!" And I have here...
I'm so glad into this podcast.
This is situations. This is the... I have here, fuck, they all look so similar. Which is this one? I think it's Sammy. Okay, it is Sammy. I knew that. I struggled really hard in the first half of this. I struggled really hard in the first half of this episode to figure out who was who, and I'm sure I'll get better about that.
Okay, a little side story that we can absolutely cut out of this, but just for you, is like when I was a teenager watching this, my cousin was playing World of Warcraft in the living room. He was playing World of Warcraft in the living room that I was watching this in. And, like, he would, at first he was ignoring it, you know, he's doing his World of Warcraft. Then every once in a while, he would kind of peek over, watch a little bit, go back to his game and kind of peek over. And then at some point, and I don't know, I thought he was just kind of half watching, maybe whenever his game was going slow or something. But then at some point, my cousin's best friend walked in. And there was an interview going on with one of the girls, and I guess this cousin my cousin's friend knew a little bit about Jersey Shore, must have seen it before because it was such a big thing. And he was like, oh, is that like JWoww? And my cousin goes, no, that's Sammy's sweetheart. So you'll get there. You'll get there. Like, he just turned right from his like raid and was like, no, that's Sammy's sweetheart. So
dang.
You will eventually reach that level.
That's all staying in.
Love you, cuz you know who you are.
So they show up, and immediately upon meeting Sammy, the situation goes, I'm going after this one. And
He's locked on.
Commits really hard, because the situation and Polly come up with a scheme where they go, what if the three of us all room together? That's going to be great. And I'm like, situation, you've met one woman so far here. You haven't met any of the other ones yet. Don't immediately commit to rooming up with the first one you meet, because then you might get on better with another one later.
Well, here's the thing, and yes, I think you are right, but also I think there's two ways to look at the situation. The situation. There's two ways to look at this. It's like he goes, okay, well, she's pretty. Maybe we'll hit it off. Wouldn't it be so fun if we like room together? Ha ha ha. And then so you can look at it as like, hey, maybe someone better might come along. Maybe you should wait and see what the options are. Or do you be like, someone worse could come along, and then maybe she's already in another room. I don't know.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Also, I think your impression of this situation was very generous.
Well, I grew up watching these people. I'm probably gonna be. I'm gonna try to.
The end game. You know all their stuff.
I do have the benefit of the end game.
I'm in the
trenches
trenches
time to
here.
get to know them.
I'm in the Jersey trenches.
Nick is a blind. He's never seen any of this.
Yeah, that's why this is an audio medium.
Yeah. He is.
So then we cut to our girl Snooki, who's driving over there, and I think we have a clip of Snooki's driving process. We'll go ahead and slide that right here.
Excellent.
Boss! I can't drive.
And then Snooki, her car dies. Like it's a ghost story. Her car dies to stop her from getting to the Jersey Shore.
Everything is working against her.
And then so Vinny shows up at the house while Snooki is stranded on the side of the road somewhere, assumedly asking a camera person to please help me. Vinny loses his good boy status in my mind. And
why don't you tell us why?
Well, this is just the start. He gets there and he's chatting with everyone. They're all, clapping hands and whatever. And the first thing he says about Sammy in his little, side interview.
Little headshot interviews.
His little floating head. Yeah, which is a recurring thing throughout this series, is I'd expect Sammy to be hotter. And then he roasts Angelina.
He had the opposite thing as the situation. He had the opposite. His situation was trying to snag her right away. He was like, huh?
Yeah, he roasts Angelina even harder.
Yes.
And then I think it's JWoww who shows up. He says
you have
to everybody,
explain the rib situation before you explain.
So he says to everybody that there is, all of the rooms are shared except for there's one room which is just a solo person room.
There's one single bedroom in this
house.
And
he says that if the next girl who shows up is hot, I'm gonna bed up with her. If not, I'm going to the lonely room to make sure that I don't have to get stuck with anyone else, like what Jay was saying earlier. And he takes a look, and I believe it's JWoww.
Yeah, they're up on the balcony when JWoww arrives, just so you get a picture. Everyone's leaning over the balcony looking.
Yeah, so we have a clip here of that.
She's a little bit high maintenance.
He ran does this.
So I moved the bags into the bed that's isolated because I knew I wouldn't sleep in the room with her.
And the sound you hear towards the end of that, the squeaking of footfall, is him rushing back into the bedroom,
That's
grabbing
him
his bag.
vaulting over a table on his way.
He vaults over a table. He runs to his bedroom, grabs his bag, and throws it into the isolation zone. And goes,
all before JWoww, like, hits the stairs.
yeah,
to
he
the
goes
apartment.
full fucking isolation mode. And to be fair to Vinny, which I hate saying,
He doesn't want his head ripped off, okay?
that's fair. But also, she does walk in looking a little bit crazy. Like, she walks in, her hair is a little disheveled, but she has a look in her eye as she walks into the room, and I was like, she's gonna rip some heads off.
I'm
And I'm here for it.
going to say something that may explain that and another person's entrance, which we'll get into. None of these people were giving much notice at all that they were selected for the show. They were giving very little notice, just so you know. So I think a lot of them were
They got thrown into
yeah,
the
you're
room.
on the show. When can you get here? Because
And
when
it's
they were
Snooki's
getting
car dies.
so yeah, Snooki's having car problems. Another thing is none of them got paid for the season aside from free rent at the house and what they made at the short store. Like Danny, whatever they made from Danny, their landlord / boss at the shore store.
Oh, we'll get to Danny
that's
the
what they got.
landlord in a minute.
Yeah.
So, oh my god, them not getting paid is awful. So funny. So, I just have a note here that says Snooki's car
I would
best
like to
character.
say season one they don't get paid. We'll talk about that later.
Oh,
Go
there's
on.
only well, that's good. There's only what 28 episodes in season 1 or something. So, Snooki's car continues to give her problems, but she finally makes it, and Polly has a little cutaway where he's trying to remember Snooki's nickname and is really towing the line of things that are acceptable for him to say as he's trying to remember Snooki. And I'm just there like, okay. But luckily he doesn't say anything that,
he doesn't cross that.
He doesn't say
cross
anything that needs to be
particular
bleeped.
line. Yeah.
Not yet. I don't know. We'll see where everybody goes. We do have a great bit, though, where Vinny goes on a tear about JWoww saying her name is JWoww. He's like, well, yeah, everybody's just got a nickname. People ask what my name is. They say my name's Vinny and all this. And then immediately afterwards, Polly T just looks at Snooki and goes, so what's your nickname? It's so funny. They roast JWoww so hard for having a nickname, and then it's just like, so what's yours?
Yeah. Snooki, again, Snooki says if she could do it all over, we wouldn't have Snooki. We'd have
Snooki.
something else. We'd have NWow or something.
Oh, I don't think NWow would be better either. I don't think NWow would be very
Maybe not.
good. I will say, I just have a note here, and I think this note is funnier and more tragic given the information you've given me, which is this house already smells. Because everyone is so sweaty in every scene.
Yeah, it is Jersey in summer.
Now, I get it. Where I am right now, it is 100 degrees, and the office I'm in, I can't have a fan going because it'll pick up on my microphone. So I understand being a sweaty, awful person.
I can understand in my 50-degree weather right now. I can understand just being an awful person.
So, speaking of awful people, we jump back to Polly.
Yeah.
And Angelina walks in carrying some garbage bags of all of her stuff, which, given what you've told me, is probably because they just grabbed her on the street and said, you're in the show now, and threw her belongings into garbage bags.
Exactly. Yep, that's what happened. I think that is a question a lot of people have asked throughout the years, and
But
that's
Polly-
the reason.
Polly is just like, why she got these garbage bags? That's really trash. Look at this fucking skank. And I'm like, goddamn, Polly, just let her have a garbage bag. It's okay. He gets so upset about it.
Yeah, I definitely think there's something. I don't know. It's not the way personally I grew up. I threw crap in garbage bags all the time.
I'm wearing a garbage bag right now.
Maybe I was receiving more judgment for him than I thought I was. I don't know. I never heard anybody say anything about it to me. You're Nick is in a garbage bag.
I am wearing a garbage bag right now.
I know the listeners can't see it, but we are video casting to each other, and he's in a trash bag, and it's, you know.
We've been having to edit out the crinkling of it almost constantly. It's,
yeah. I'm so glad you're doing the editing and not me.
Yeah. Yeah, if there's any audio problems in this podcast, it's purely because of the trash bag. It's not because we don't know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Also, I have here, so you mentioned Danny the landlord.
Yes.
Danny the landlord was like getting a splash of ice water to the face because he looks so weirdly normal and generic compared to all of these Jersey Shore people. He shows up and he just looks like someone's dad at a barbecue.
He shows up on a bike.
he just rolls up and is like, "Hey everybody, I'm Danny the landlord." And I'm like, "What is happening? What's going on?
Who's this man?"
And it all makes more sense. You've told me this, but for a brief moment, I was like, wait, does Danny know this is a TV show? I'm like, if they just showed up in this guy's place?
So here's the thing. He did, like I said, this is season 1. Nobody knows how big this is going to be yet because reality shows are popping up and killing off all the time in this era.
I don't know how they wouldn't have known this was a success. I mean, look at this.
I know. They should have known. But, so I guess a little behind the scenes here during my research. A lot of this, like I said, by the way, was by that Ask Me Anything and that Vulture article. I do want to obtain some of the autobiographies of the castmates at some point, so have that to look forward to. But so anyway, I guess Danny, they were like looking for, the producers of the show were looking for just 6-bedroom properties in this area. At first they weren't telling people that they were a show or what they were going to be doing. So they're looking for properties. I guess they somehow find Danny's property. And this is so damn funny. So they ask Danny, I guess they're going to go with it, and they ask Danny, they finally reveal what they are, what they're going to be doing, and they ask Danny, how soon can you have all of your furniture out of here? Because I think he was living there, you know, and so he goes, I don't know, a few days. And they hand him an envelope full of money, and they're like, have it done in 24 hours. And he's like, yeah, no problem.
So, I would think these producers are murderers, given how they're describing everything. Like, all right, we need a
to put up
property.
42 cameras, and we need all your furniture.
Yeah, we need all the furniture out. We need no questions. You have 24 hours. All right, bring in the garbage bags. Bring them all in.
Oh my god, they have too many coolers. They have an upsetting amount. They have an upsetting amount of coolers.
They do have a lot of coolers. Okay, so
it's for all the organ harvesting.
Okay.
For all the heads that Jenny's gonna rip off.
Oh, the head she's gonna rip off. Yeah. Well, she's got to store them somehow. So,
yeah.
Danny the landlord is also gonna be their boss.
Yes.
And is like, hey, you're gonna work at my little t-shirt shop.
It's the Shore Store that we will be referring to from now on, the Shore Store.
I'm gonna just I need you guys to show up on time, and I need you guys to show up not utterly wasted.
Pretty reasonable requests.
I'm like, that's kind of bare minimum, and everybody's like, oh, this fucking guy. Oh, jeez. It cuts to all their reactions, all their faces. Yeah, they're all just like, oh, look at Grandpa over here. To a man who looks, I don't know, 10 years older than them, maybe. Though maybe not, as we'll find out. But, yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. And then immediately... immediately Snooki starts just getting trashed. Like, Danny the landlord leaves, and she's like, let's go. And she's just going for it. She starts poking Situation Penis which that's something. He's just standing there next to the counter, and she starts just poking him in the dick. Through his pants, to be clear. And I just gotta say, I love the immediacy of the Snooki crash out.
Yeah. She's kind of she declares her love for all the roommates. She goes, I love you and you and you, you know, and she
I was really waiting for
the
her to say,
situation
but
for
not
food.
you.
Yeah. She does not say that because maybe we'll
She's-
soon learn that Snooki's a sweetie.
Well, no, that's a different character.
Oh yeah, that's
As your
that's
cousin
Sammy.
told you, that's Sammy Sweetie.
That is. Oh gosh, yeah.
Now
Oh,
we have
big
to
fan
include that
over
clip.
here.
We have to include that clip now because we've called back to it.
Yeah.
Can't cut it out. I also think it's really funny that Snooki gets super wasted, goes up onto that bed we mentioned up on the balcony, and then everybody follows her up there to just hang out while she's like just collapsed on this bed, drunk out of her mind.
For the listeners, so yeah, she gets really drunk and intoxicated. So all the other castmates just kind of start talking amongst each other because she's kind of, she's over intoxicated. She's kind of annoying them. So I think she gets the hint that she's annoying them. She goes up to the balcony to be alone. She's like kind of drunkenly rambling to herself up there, and then she kind of lays down on this bed. I think half awake. Maybe she's asleep at this
She's
point.
awake.
And then all the other. Okay, yeah, she's
I
awake.
wrote that she was asleep in my notes, and then she started moving and talking, and I was like, oh, she's alive.
She's awake. She's up. And the rest of the roommates eventually go up to the balcony too and just start like literally all sitting around a coffee table while she's behind them in the background on the bed, and they're like cheering to the best summer ever.
It's
and they're
so
like
funny because the
just
camera
talking to
just
each
keeps
other,
panning
they're,
over
like-
to her.
Yeah, they're getting all close and chummy, with each other, hyping each other up, and everyone is ignoring her, and she is just by herself, curled up.
Well, okay, and
Who
then
hasn't been there?
well, yeah. I mean, I'm in this garbage bag. You think I haven't had days like that?
I've had days like that.
I'm having a day like
I've
that
had,
right now.
I've had weeks like that.
How do you think you got me to do this dumb podcast?
I just curled up and was so pathetic and depressed until you said, "Okay, Jay,
Oh, I thought you.
talk about
I was more
Jersey."
meaning I was in that sort of state. You just came over and started having a conversation in front of me while I collapsed on the bed after having a major crash out and poking situation's dick.
That's right. I had to specifically wait for you to get trashed to get you to agree to this.
That's true. That's true. So, okay. Now, good listener, you might be looking at. We're almost an hour into this podcast, and you might go, well, they're surely near the end. We're not. But also,
I promise we'll have plenty of Godzilla content coming up.
I am about to drag this whole thing out because we get to what I lovingly call the jacuzzi catastrophe.
The
which is-
jacastrophe.
No.
Fine.
We get to this where all of our lovable male leads all crawl into this jacuzzi, and then all the women are like sitting on a couch nearby, just sort of hanging out, drinking a bit, and then Snooki walks over, pulls off her shirt and her pants, so she is just wearing her underwear and her bra.
Bikini, right?
Well.
Okay, wait, hold on. Before we continue, Nick, do you consider just like a bra and panty to basically be a bikini? I need to know.
And we're about to get to that because these
Okay,
guys
okay.
decide that it doesn't count. Because she shows up and every single one of these men has been going on. It's like, oh, I just want to go to the Jersey store and I want to fuck babes. Like, I'm here to get my dick wet. Like, they're just so excited. And then a woman comes up to them, takes off all of her clothes basically, crawls into the hot tub with them, and starts being maybe a bit much, maybe a little too flirtatious, but clearly flirtatious with them. And every single one of their responses is like, ugh, gross, get away from me, cooties. Like,
And this, we're not talking viewer or listener. I keep saying viewer. I'm probably gonna use them interchangeably, but we're not talking like a polite, like, hey, this lady's maybe a little too drunk. I'm not going to engage in anything like sexual right now. That would be polite and good, but no, it's more like like they're making the cross.
yeah,
And hoping, just
they're
praying
like
that
they're
it works
treating
to...
her like she's covered in like slime. They're just, like, she
Yeah.
smells terrible, I guess, is how they're treating her. Polly says that's such a turnoff, and I'm like, dude, this is what you wanted. And okay, look, this is Snooki's home now, I guess. Let the girl wear her underwear in a jacuzzi of her house. Like, come on, man. Maybe she didn't bring a swimsuit. Like, it's so weird how quickly all of these guys turn around as soon as they're like all so horny, and as soon as a woman shows any amount of horniness back, these guys like shrink in on themselves. They can't even handle it. They're like terrified of her. It's so funny.
And then, it's not just the guys too, you know, not just gonna, I also have to point out, this is 2009, there's a lot of girl-on-girl crime we'll see in Jersey Shore, and I think they all to an extent do it, so I'm not trying to single out certain castmates. I will in this specific incident, though, so, like, Sammy and Angelina also go up there. For those keeping track, Sammy is Sammy's sweetheart, and Angelina is the one who came in with trash bags. So they go up there. We're going to have to, like, give little descriptors of them for the first couple of times describing them.
Yeah, Angelina's one of the two people in the show who is coming into this with a pre-existing boyfriend. She is, at first glance, the most normal of this group of people, I think it's fair to say. She seems like she's the most...
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, she seems like she's the most, like, this is really weird. I don't know about all this. But that's gonna sort of start falling apart even in this one episode.
Yeah, and so they're up there, they're drinking, and Snooki gets in there, you know, in her underwear or bra, and they kind of make little comments to each other. They're off to the side drinking, but they're kind of witnessing it, and they're kind of going like, I would never, you know, I would never do that. Like, that's that's trashy behavior, you know?
Yeah, they do this again later, too.
That's trashy behavior, she says, the girl that came in with trash bags.
Well, she's an expert.
Yeah,
See,
she would know.
It is really funny, the, like, holier-than-thou attitude that these people have coming into this, where, like, all the guys are like, oh, that's kind of gross that you're being so sexual, when they are all being the most horny men on the planet. And then, yeah, these women are like, I would never do that. And I'm like, what show do you think you're on? You all said you were coming here to get fucked, except for, I guess, Angelina. I don't know. I'm not entirely clear.
I don't think the show was gonna be, like, getting fucked, but that's a lot of
them
stated their
say
intention
they
was.
wanted that. Like, a lot of the people, both men and women, at the start of this are like, I'm coming to the Jersey Shore because I want to hook up with hot people.
Yeah, hook up with
Angelina
hot people,
doesn't, and I'm not entirely sure what she thinks is going to happen in the course of her journey here, but we'll get to that, I suppose. I'm excited to find out with her.
I am excited for you to find out.
So
So that's kind of the situation. I keep saying that. I need to stop saying that. The situation. He's gonna come at me because he actually has his trademarked. So
I've been saying that for years.
He could sue me.
Is he gonna beat me up?
Yeah, he's gonna come beat you up with his Rambo abs.
Oh no.
I'm just kidding. I think he's in a good place now.
Well, he was until he heard I was saying his trademarked term, and now he's having
like a spider sense.
Come out of retirement.
He's got two different spider senses, one for hot girls, and then one's that for when anybody says the situation.
He's like when Daredevil's like, I swear I've hung up the cowl. I'm not gonna be Daredevil anymore. Yeah. And then he like hears a crime in an alley nearby, and he's like, I must take up the mantle of Daredevil again. Except for it's just him coming into an alleyway and beating the shit out of me for saying situation.
That's right.
Um,
Oh my goodness.
so
yeah, what happens after the
so
whole
Snooki
hot
passes
tub
out.
thing? Yeah.
Okay,
she,
well-
not in the hot tub.
No,
She gets
yeah,
out of the
okay,
hot
yeah.
tub and passes
Nobody
out.
falls asleep
She
in the
doesn't
hot tub.
drown.
There is a bit where Snooki's walking down the stairs and she falls, and then the camera just cuts away, and they just pretend it never happened. And I was like,
You are left on a cliffhanger of Snooki status for a while.
Yeah, well, next we see her. So the rest of the crew goes. They're like, we're gonna go explore the town. But Snooki...
Yeah, they're gonna explore the boardwalk, which is like a amusement kind of park on the boardwalk.
Yeah. It's you know, it's a beach boardwalk sort of situation. I say like everyone's been to those.
I haven't. This is why I
it's
stated
like
something.
It's like a big
for the
kind
Alaskans.
It's like a road, but it's like a stretch of dock where various, you know, vendors and restaurants and different attractions are. So everybody goes to explore the boardwalk, except for Snooki, because she might be dead at this point. We don't know. But they're all going around, and I guess the producers or the camera people decided that what they were doing was really boring, because we don't spend much time with them, but we do cut back to Snooki, who's not dead.
I think you're missing something important about what's going on the boardwalk.
See, if I did not write it in my notes, because the next bit gathered all my attention.
The situation, and Sammy get a little flirty on the boardwalk, get a little hand-holdy, and yeah.
Oh, I do have that. Crazy. I have that written later. Yeah, no, yeah. So they get a little flirty, and everyone's like, "Bro, I think Mike likes Sammy," and I was confused on who Mike was for a minute, and then I remembered that's the situation's real name.
Yeah.
He grows closer every day. He's gonna come get me. So yeah, they're doing whatever. Let's get to the real shit, because Snooki wakes up after being passed out in a hammock, and after falling down those stairs and no one caring. She wakes up, and the best thing in this entire show happens, which is Snooki walks into a room, and she's trying to figure out where everybody is, and she hears a quacking sound, and she sees an old novelty duck phone.
Yeah, and a wired-in type from 2000.
Yeah, it's a landline, it seems, and it looks like a carved wooden duck. It doesn't look like a rubber duck or anything. It's colored like a mallard duck, so greens and such. And it starts quacking, and here's a clip of it, because I cannot convey this scene.
Where the did everyone go? The is that thing quacking? That's really weird. Quack, quack, quack. Shut the up. What kind of person gets a duck phone to talk on?
And so, it's so good. And this duck shows, she answers the phone.
You know what else happens with this duck phone when it rings? Not only does it quack, but its eyes blink red.
Yeah, its
it's
eyes
demonic
flash.
possession. It's possessed by whoever's calling.
The best thing about it, though, about this scene, is that Snooki answers the phone, and at first it's JWoww's boyfriend calling. And every time Snooki answers the phone over the course of these scenes, she looks and acts like she has no concept of what a phone is. She is baffled by every second of this phone. At one point, the second or third time JWoww's boyfriend calls, she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna look for JWoww." And he's like, "Are you gonna hang up on me again?" No. Click.
Yeah,
But she doesn't set it down to hang up. It doesn't seem like it's purposeful. It just seems like she sets down the phone and doesn't know.
It's not even on the way that this phone is, listener, is that so the mallard has a body, and then it's the head or whatever, and then you pick up the top half of its body, and that's the phone part, and then you would, I assume, hang it up by putting it on its bottom half of its body. She doesn't put it back on the bottom half. She's not slamming the phone down or being a jerk. She literally is just really drunk, and she's like, "I'm not gonna hang up on you," and she sets it delicately on the table, and you just hear the dial.
I also love, she calls her dad at one point, and this is gonna be a recurring thing. Her dad at first doesn't know who it is, because it's coming from a cursed duck phone.
Oh man, yeah, cursed duck phone.
And then
the number he probably gets on his caller ID is 666.
It's probably quack quack quack. His phone probably rings and it sounds like quacking for some reason.
Yeah, he's like, that's weird. That's never happened.
And we'll get to this again later in the episode, but it seems like he desperately doesn't want to talk to Snooki. Because she's like, this is the first time I've really been away from home here. I missed you, Dad. He's like, okay, who's this? And I'm like, damn, it's a bad time. So yeah, the duck phone happens, and I lose my mind about it for a while. And then Jaywow's boyfriend calls again once the crew has come back. And like sharks to blood, every one of the male leads here swarms around her upon sensing that it's her boyfriend.
Oh wait! Can I? Before we move on from the duck phone, can I share something about the duck phone?
Please share everything about the duck phone.
So, so the head producer of Jersey Shore, her name was let me pull up her name because I don't want to get it wrong. It was Sally Ann Salsano. I think that's how you say it. And so she was the one who kind of reached out to Danny and handed him the big envelope saying, can you have your stuff out in 24 hours, right? So Danny got, like, they must have had something worked out where he'd leave certain essentials there because obviously they all have beds and couches and things like that. Like, they have furniture, so obviously he got told to leave some stuff or the producers put in some stuff or something. Anyway, so I guess it wasn't until, like, Snooki started the phone started ringing and Snooki started using it and they saw it on the camera feeds or whatever that the duck phone was there, and Sally Ann was like, shit, they didn't get rid of that fucking duck. And then she was like freaking. She's like, shit! Like it was a mistake,
funny.
And then it became a big.
It does
thing.
make sense because when you see
iconic.
the phone for the first time, there's a zoom in on it, and it does look like it's on security camera footage. It's like so zoomed in and grainy of this horrifying duck with flashing eyes.
They were probably, if the producers didn't know it was there, can you imagine? They're like probably clicking between all their different cameras, listening to all their different audio feeds or whatever, and all of a sudden they just hear a quacking. I'm like, what the hell is
that
there?
Does explain Snooki's confusion, because her confusion of the phone is probably because she's just hearing everybody behind the camera going, what the fuck is that? Who let this happen? What is this? And she's like, I'm gonna call my dad.
Sorry, we can go on. I just wanted to share that fun little fact. Good.
So
the Duck phone was originally a mistake.
That's so funny. I'm so looking forward to Duck Phone showing up more. So
me too.
JWoww's boyfriend calls, and all of the guys like swarm her. They abandon their focus on bullying Snooki for a little while to go here. Polly,
go bully JWoww.
Yeah, Polly says, "I'll help you forget about your boyfriend." Good energy.
He is your DJ or your girl's favorite DJ.
He is your girl's favorite DJ. Stay classy, Polly. Very good. Let's see here. I have the note. Watching this show and taking notes on it makes me feel like I've been drinking.
Yeah.
Speaking of, the next day starts up and everyone just leaves Snooki alone to just vomit by herself in her bathroom, which is brutal. It's so sad. Like, she's like, somebody hold my hair back, and all of the other women are like, nah, bitch, I'm leaving. I gotta go to work. I gotta go to the weird t-shirt shop.
And I will say, I don't know. I feel mixed about this because I do think someone should have stayed back and been like, hey, can you tell our boss this is going on and I'm trying to help her? You know, I think they could have done that. But on the same hand, I mean, they're selected for the show, right? It's like maybe only going to be 15 minutes of fame. They got told very shorthand, like, they're going to be here. I think there's probably also a certain sort of social pressure to be like, oh my God, if I screw up anything here, they could nix me like that.
Well,
so I think there may be a certain, to be fair to them, I think there's a certain amount of like, I can't screw up because they'll kick me off the show and that's it.
And there may have been stuff that was cut, as you say.
Maybe they were scared about that. I don't know.
Well, they were editing dialogue and such, so I'm sure that there were moments like that. Because like the thing you'd think somebody would say is they'd go to go to work and they'd say, hey, Doug or Dan or whatever your name was, Danny the landlord. They'd say, Danny, Snooki's fucking vomiting her guts out. She'll be here in a bit. But we don't see that happen. What we do see is Vinny say, I leave the stragglers, as he's walking down the boardwalk, which again, cool, Vinny. Very, very cool. Very normal.
Very choice of him.
Snooki shows up to work, and Danny the landlord reprimands her, and then I guess she just leaves. Like, he's like, you can't do this again. And then she just is allowed to go home for the day. I guess they didn't do any work.
I think it was only orientation. I think she was late to orientation, so she got kind of balled out a little bit.
Okay, that
but
makes more sense.
I don't think they were working at school. Yeah, that's
I
why
was like,
see.
She just walks away.
She shows up, gets yelled at, and leaves. I will say on her behalf too. There are several of the like we mentioned before, throughout the series. They have their own like individual like headshot interviews where they're kind of like talking about their feelings or thoughts at the time of what's happening. And so several times it cuts to Snooki, and she is at least self-aware enough, and she's like, I'm fucking this up, and like,
yeah. I felt really bad for Snooki.
I'm screwing up my
favorite.
impression with everybody. This isn't me. I feel out of my element. So, I mean, she is self-aware that this is happening.
Yeah,
it's not like she's just like...
Snooki is my girl in this. She's so far my favorite. She has a heart. She has a soul. She, later in this episode, does a very cunning move to make sure that she's the main character. And I think that's very smart of her. Now, to talk about someone who's not my favorite character, we're back to Polly. Polly D, who we will establish later in this episode is 29 years old, which is going to be important for the way you're afraid it's going to be important. But it is established that he does not know how to peel garlic, and he's very impressed because Sammy can peel garlic. And Situation is also very impressed by this. Now,
a woman that can cook.
Whoa.
Whoa.
In this day and age of 2009.
Yeah, that's wifey right there.
So, I don't want to shame anyone. I'm not the best cook in the world. But...
oh, neither am I.
Peeling garlic is literally easier than peeling a banana. Because garlic covering is like paper. You literally just... like, you can rub your thumb on it and it'll start to come off. It is the easiest thing that you could possibly be impressed by and cook. It'd be like if she put some spaghetti in boiling water. It's like, whoa! She knew how to boil that spaghetti!
Hey, that one Jersey Shore fan that we have, take notes.
Yeah.
quickly take notes, because I am.
Somebody's gonna come in here and is gonna be like, actually, Nick, peeling garlic right is really hard. You actually have to do this very particular technique. Shut up.
Sammy probably has some technique you don't even know about.
I'm not saying she's bad at peeling garlic. I'm not coming at Sammy here. I'm just saying, Polly, that's not impressive. Like, that's not... She's doing things on camera that we see are more impressive. Her chopping technique seems to be very well refined. But yeah, it's like... I looked... So my girlfriend Kendall was watching this with me. And she cooks a lot more than I do. And is better at cooking than I am. You know, we both cook stuff. But I turned to her and I was like, am I insane? Or is that like a really easy thing to do? And both of us were like, I don't think I ever had to be taught how to peel garlic. I think I just figured it out. So like, apologies for anyone here who's feeling called out and is like, I had to be taught how to peel garlic. Sounds like Polly would really like you.
Yeah, you might have a shot.
And Situation would be into you because he's really into Sammy over this whole she can cook garlic thing. I'm also not the only one who gets sick of Vinny, because JWoww gets really pissed at him about the whole, he makes a joke out of saying grace at the table, and she gets so mad. And then Vinny just gives up and runs away.
Like, yeah, he's kind of being a little immature about it.
100%.
It's like and I don't know if it's because he's uncomfortable or if he just is like kind of I think he is the youngest in the house. It's either him or Snooki. I don't remember who's the I think Snooki's actually the youngest, but he's also real down there. I think he just turned 21, so he's like he's trying to say grace, and he goes he, and then he tries again, and it kind of devolves into a little bit of more laughing, and he just cannot get through it. It's JWoww is ticked off.
Snooki being the youngest makes it so much sadder that they're all just roasting her this whole time. But yeah, Vinny makes a joke out of it. She gets upset, and then he just runs away from the table. He literally gets up and runs away. It's so funny. And
he's really good at that. He's established.
Yeah, he just parks. He probably flips over a table and we don't see it.
Yeah,
he's like
he
sliding.
Probably rolled over the kitchen island, but they edited that out because there just was not time.
He's
unfortunately.
Did you ever see Casino Royale with Daniel Craig's James Bond?
No, please describe it.
So there's let's talk about the whole movie. Let's add another 3 hours to this podcast. No, there's a bit in that movie where like James Bond, Daniel Craig is chasing after like a parkour guy, and he's like flipping over tables and stuff, and James Bond is just like this muscular man chasing him down, and so like the guy will flip over a thing, like a wall, and they're in like a construction site, and Daniel Craig just slams through the wall, looks around, and then keeps chasing. He's like a gorilla with a gun. He's just chasing after him. And I want to see a scene where Vinny is running away from like Ronnie, and it's just that energy. He's just like flipping over tables, and Ronnie's just like, oh! For anyone who is lost, Ronnie is massive. We haven't really mentioned Ronnie much.
Yeah. He's been keeping a low profile, I think.
Yeah,
I don't even think he's been
chill.
slamming the girls or anything. I don't think he's been slamming the girls. You know, I think
which is good because his arms are big enough. If he slammed
thing.
anyone, they would just turn into a mist.
Oh. Anyway, keep going.
I'm sorry. I'm back on the Mortal Kombat fatalities.
No. I'm excited to. So, yeah, Ronnie is very big, guys. Like, so I'm
sorry.
So the women have a.
You all can't see Jay's face as Jay had to recalibrate of Nick's describing just some random scene from a movie, and I have to try and work off of this now.
No, that's not why I was doing it. The one Jersey fan will get it. Anyway. So yeah. So let's see. So Ronnie is what the girls have been describing a lot as what they are looking for in this beach experience. Is they are looking for, and I quote this, they are looking for a gorilla juice head Guido, which is basically like a big jacked up like gym rat type, you know.
Like Daniel Craig with a gun.
And Ronnie looks like he ate 10 of those types. Like he is just he's jacked.
He's the one who, it's really funny that the situation is like, look at how good my abs are. And then this man walks into the room and I'm like, look, situation, you've got a better bod than I do. Like, no shade, but that guy is huge.
I will admit, I would have to go back and rewatch. I think every girl, maybe not. I want to say almost every single girl roommate in a little, when Ronnie showed up in one of their little interview blurb things, I think they all commented on how hot they thought.
Well, to be fair, he also is the only guy in this household who has not been like, you're fucking gross and I hate you to any of the women so far. That's true.
That's it's very attractive when people do not call you
He
gross.
has some things he says later that aren't amazing, but so Snooki, jumping back, our girl Snooki apologizes for the night before, which, again, her being the youngest one there, big of her. And everybody seems to take it pretty well, and everyone's like, it's cool, man, we're good, we're all buds. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. I'm sure this will last. Let's see here. So that nice scene is followed by an ad break, and then immediately followed by Pauly D catcalling from the balcony and comparing finding women to fishing.
Yes. He says he's going fishing, and what he's doing is leaning over the balcony to where he can view the boardwalk below, and he's whistling at girls and inviting them up to the hot tub.
So I had a note here. Polly, my guy, you had a woman on the balcony in the fucking water who was with you last night wanting to get with you, and now you're talking about women being like fishing. My guy, a fish jumped into your lap if you're using this equivalent. And now, you know, he shouldn't have hooked up with Snooki, with her being all drunk and everything, but I don't think he thinks that way, and that's certainly not the reason he's giving.
Yeah.
It's
You know, I think he's
wild.
just, I think what it is, and I think it's 2009, I think they're being very rude about it. I think what it is I think these just, at this point at least, it could change, who knows, I'm not going to spoil nothing for anybody. But I think they're not attracted to Snooki at this point for whatever reason have you. Maybe it's just the intoxication, maybe she's just physically not their type.
Maybe
And
she
you know
doesn't
what,
how to use a phone.
Does anybody know how to use that duck phone?
I want to find out. I desperately want to try.
Yeah, well. So I don't, you know, and that's fine. If you are not attracted to somebody, that's not a crime, but be nice about it. Don't be like gross, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Also,
I guess that's all I had to say
a lot
about
of these
that.
people, and look, maybe I'm crazy, but it's 2009. It's the Jersey Shore. A lot of these people have very similar hair and fashion. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe don't
I
react to
personally
her
thought-
so
I thought
negatively
Snooki
compared to
was-
everybody else.
Oh, Snooki was cute, you know. She's a cute lady.
Look, I would also react poorly too if I was in a hot tub and Snooki did that to me, but it would be much more of a, what's going on here, bud? As opposed to be like, ugh, gross, you're disgusting.
Yeah.
But I don't want anybody
don't
doing
know.
that to me in a hot tub, because I'd be like, what's happening? Honestly, I'd be worried they were going to throw up on
You
me.
would be like, I have a girlfriend. I hope.
That's true. Well, I wouldn't say that on the Jersey Shore. All these guys would pile around me. If I said I had a
That's
girlfriend,
true. Yeah,
Polly,
they would.
and-
I'm sure they would. I'm sure they are equal opportunity. I'm sure they would judge you just as harshly as Jay. And they'd all surround you and be like, wow, Nick, you didn't mention you had a girlfriend.
I'll steal your
before. That's a new
girlfriend."
story. Yeah.
I'll make you forget about your girlfriend.
Yeah, I'm your girlfriend's favorite podcaster.
Oh no. So I will say, we just talked about Ronnie a bit ago. Ronnie does have a line here that we'll cut to a clip too, but he's talking to Vinny and Pauly D, and he just says, might as well practice safe sex and go fuck yourselves.
Yeah,
Neither do I.
Rule number 2,
I didn't
my
yet.
man. You two might as well practice safe sex because you both yourself.
When they're talking
Yeah, that's
about,
pretty good.
because they've just found these random boardwalk girls and are like, come on up here, hot ladies, and they're like, and come on up.
That's what they said.
Yeah, they just are like, oh, we're into
They
this.
said wahoo, and they did a double flip up to the top.
They leap up, and we're allowed to say that about them because I don't think any of them were Italian. But I don't know.
I'm sorry. I meant that. We can cut
Yeah,
that
no,
out.
no,
I meant
it's
that
fine.
more. I meant that more because of the noise you made,
Yeah.
not because of the ethnicity. That
No,
was
no,
my
you-
bad.
no,
I will
you're
take the L
fine.
on that. That was
You're
my bad,
fine.
everybody.
It's fine. Mario's also not voiced by an Italian person, like at all.
Yeah, he's Chris. Yeah, Chris Pratt, right?
Oh, I was talking about the original Mario voice actor, who's Parthenax from Skyrim.
Oh, man, cool.
Yeah,
That's a fun fact.
Fun fact.
for me.
There's-
I don't know. Maybe for
That's
maybe
for
for the
our-
Jersey fan.
that's
Maybe for the
for our-
Godzilla fan.
That's for our Skyrim fan who's
two li-
here.
Oh, we have 3 fans now.
Well, yeah, we lost the Mortal Kombat fan.
Yeah. Okay.
So these ladies show up, and they come on upstairs, and our female leads look at this, and they're like, "What's going on here? I don't like
Yeah,
this."
they sense other women.
They sense
Other.
other women, and I'm personally, if I was them, I'd be like, thank God it's distracting Vinny for a little bit. But They don't seem to see
They
it
do.
that
They
way.
don't. They don't look at that. Yeah, that's not. They don't think so.
Also, none of these women are wearing swimsuits. They're wearing their underwear when they go into the hot tub, but it's a problem when they do it. You guys got mad at fucking Snooki for not wearing a swimsuit and wearing her underwear, but these ladies do it. And
no, they got mad at those. They got mad at those girls too.
no, the women might have. Fucking Vinny and Polly didn't get mad at him about it.
Did they get mad at Snooki
They
about
did.
that? I think they got mad at Snooki at trying to kiss him, but did they get mad about the underwear?
No, they got mad at her because they said it was trashy to not be wearing like a swimsuit into the pool. And I'm like,
I thought that was just the woman doing that, but I could be wrong.
They say it in one of their cutaway shots, I'm pretty sure. And now I'm like, what's going on here? Ronnie is so Ronnie goes downstairs, and and Sammy and Angelina are like, "What's going on up there?" And Ronnie's like, "Don't go up there, don't do it."
you know the most not suspicious thing you could say.
He's like, "Don't do it." Which of course
then makes them want to beeline right up there. But yeah, he comes down and is like, "Don't go up there. You're not gonna like what you see. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Don't do it."
Sammy wants to see the trashy skanks in action, and Angelina seems to think it's hilarious until they start taking their underwear off in the pool. And Angelina's
then it becomes
like,
a problem.
"Oh, I don't like this anymore." And
then it's on site.
And and then the funniest thing ever happens, because the situation looks over and he sees Sammy's there, and it's like, you know, like when
it's like he remembered there's a girl he kind of liked.
You know when a dog is getting into something it's not supposed to, and then it notices that you've seen it's doing it? He has that exact face, and he kind of tries to smile it off, and then like all the boardwalk babes are taking off all their underwear, and he like leaps out of the pool. Not as dramatically as Vinny would have, of course. There was no somersault or like slide involved.
He does not quite have Vinny's 21-year-old spry like parkour skills also, because he is very old.
I don't want to be that guy, but when he gets out of the pool, did you notice he was clearly hiding a boner?
I didn't, but it doesn't surprise me.
It's real bad. Like mostly, it's not, you don't like see anything, but it's like he's just kind of walking in a way, and I'm just like, "Oh, buddy, you were really hoping you weren't gonna have to stand up in that hot tub." And he walks over, to Sammy, and he's like, "Hey, are you cool with me getting with these ladies in this hot tub?" And she's like, I don't care. We're not together.
Yeah, she's like, "You're not my boyfriend. You do you." But I mean, she says she's clearly she's not super nonchalant, but she's also not real possessive either. She's just kind of like got her eye on him now. She's like suspicious of him.
The vibe I got was Sammy does not give a shit. I really was getting the vibe of Sammy's like, "I've known you like a day, dude. It's fine." Like, Angelina seems to be more upset about it than Sammy does.
Yeah, that could be.
Angelina does not seem to understand.
The vibes are kind of... The vibes are that Sammy is not too terribly possessive of Mike at this point.
And he's like, "Ooh, I'm back in, boys." Like, he goes back and just immediately hops back in the hot tub. And is like,
he got the green light from the girl. He got the green light from the girl he's not dating.
And then Angelina does not seem to understand the show she's signed up for, because she's like, "Why are these guys into this? What's happening? What's going
true.
on?"
She's very perplexed that a bunch of guys wanted a bunch of girls to get in the hot tub with them. So
also, Situation describes that he loves the situation he's in, the situation. I've just written, Situation loves the situation of the situation about his situation of the situational situation. Which
it's a situationception, I don't know.
He's definitely coming to beat me up now after saying that. He just stepped on the gas a little harder and he's speeding towards my location.
He just ran one red light, and he's willing to run more.
So
if you keep it up.
So we've been hinting about how Pauly D and the situation are a bit older.
Yeah, I believe. Did did you happen to write down how old they were at the start of this?
Yes, I
can
did.
Google it.
I
Okay,
wrote it down.
good.
So
You
earlier
saved me
in this
some work.
episode, I wrote, I'm going to just, because I thought this was going to be a thing that I had to bring up. I did not think the show was going to bring it up episode 1. Because
Oh boy.
I wrote, let's see here. Wait. Emergency Kendall broadcast. Kendall being my girlfriend who was watching this episode with me. Because we're watching this, and Kendall turns to me and she goes,
Oh, Kendall has also not seen this for the listeners. So
Yeah,
this
Kendall's
is
also
her
watching.
first Jersey Shore watch.
She got
too.
dragged into this situation. The situation over here. Because she says the situation is 27 years old. She's like, everybody else is like early 20s, like 21 to 23.
Yeah.
She's like, the situation is 27. Pauly D is fucking 29 years old somehow, which is rough for the situation because Pauly D looks way younger. He looks younger than me too, so that's another problem. That's another point against him.
He's a very young looking guy. Yeah, I think he still looks pretty dang good for his age.
And now you might be saying, Nick, there's nothing wrong with a 29-year-old hanging out with some people in their early 20s. That's fine. But JWoww points out, and
Yeah, hanging out, listener. That's the
JWoww starts roasting Polly for hooking up with a bunch of 20-year-old girls. And I write, good for her, new fave. And then Snooki immediately usurps her again. But JWoww, good on you. Good for you anticipating my notes.
Good for you for clocking that.
And you know, age gaps are complicated and all that. But that's a pretty big one.
I think they're a little less complicated. I think in your 30s and 40s, 20s, it's
a little close to being a child. Also, especially since they're with Vinny, who's also like early 20s, and Ronnie, who's also like early 20s. So I don't know, man. The whole vibe was weird, and it was just made weirder the longer it went. Let's see. Oh, okay. I know you have a clip for this one, Jay, because
oh, do I?
JWoww and Angelina are hanging out in the living room, and they're not thrilled about how all this has gone.
And at this point, listeners, the hot tub girls, they invited the boys to go back to their house that's a couple blocks down or something. So the hot tub girls now, just so you know, are outside of the house waiting for the boys to get down. The boys are kind of toweling off, getting changed, all that. And Angelina and JWoww are in the living room. You continue.
Oh, no. Yeah. So they're in the living room. These girls stick their head in to assumedly look for the guys. And Angelina and JWoww are like, get the fuck out of here. You've made a mistake in coming in here. And they're ready to throw down. And here's a clip of that.
Open that door. You do it.
Wrong idea. You can stay up there, you can do what you gotta do, but wrong idea right now, Mama.
Can you close
Bad
the door?
idea.
Yeah,
Close the door.
Thank
With you behind it. This is our house, too.
Don't let it hit you in the ass while you're out. Okay, go.
Bitches.
Here we go.
Oh, no.
That is enough. These whores are gonna get it.
Are you bitch? Hello? Don't slam doors in this house. She talks like a damn. All the whores, shut up.
And it's so choice. It's so good.
Oh my gosh.
These
I wish I could
skanks.
I wish I could come at any problem with the passion that
These
Angelina
whores are
has
gonna
to
fucking
go after
get
those
it.
girls. Yeah.
It's so funny.
I would have said that about my dog earlier who'd shoot up my seatbelts today.
Yeah. That's pretty good. They come at him so hard about this. And it's really funny because JWoww has just been having a conversation of it's like, Polly, you're a creep for hooking up with these 20-year-olds. And then the 20-year-olds come in and she's like, I hate you too. I'll kill you. I'll bite your head off.
But yeah, Angelina is ticked and she runs out the door to scream at them.
And so then everybody kind of gathers in the kitchen living room area, except for Snooki, who's crying in the other room, and
She's like in. Sorry, go on.
I wasn't entirely clear. It seems like she thinks that they're mad at her.
Yeah, so what's happening here is, like, Snooki's in her room. She's by herself, you know. She's got the lights off, so I think she's just laying in there the dark, maybe trying to go to bed. I don't know what time any of this is taking place, but she's awake. Like, you can see they do the camera. They have the night vision or whatever, so she's awake. And, yeah, everybody is gathered in the living room, like all the other castmates, and the girls and the boys are arguing, with Ronnie being an interesting... He's being an interesting character in this debate between the men and the women, because he seems to keep jumping back and forth on whose side he's on. Did you clock that?
Yeah, so I have it written here as Throwdown, Battle for the Hot Tub Girls, Everyone v. Everyone. Because everyone's just turning sides against each other, and there's alliances forming and then crumbling. Sammy seems to be...
It's very Game of Thrones.
I was about to say it's very Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Sammy seems to be kind of into the idea of the situation kissing other girls. Like, not into it as in she's like, oh yeah, but she's like, okay, dude.
She's like, I don't care. Whereas Angelina, who has no stake
Angelina's so mad.
What Situation's doing, is like, is being, this will be a reoccurring theme maybe, that this keeps getting brought up, but she is being, what the guys call a cock blocker.
Whoa.
Yeah, heavy terminology there.
That's pretty powerful stuff. That's like poetry.
She's mad at the boys. She keeps saying she wouldn't have her boyfriend over to do what the girls were doing in the hot tub.
And I'm like, don't have your boyfriend here, Angela. What are you doing? That's a terrible idea. He's gonna get his head bitten off by JWoww.
I'm not sure how the visitor thing worked in season 1.
Well, you know how prisons are, right? Where you're like on the other side of bulletproof glass and you just get handed a phone to talk to. It was probably like that.
Well, maybe what happened is the reason, like, she's not gonna have her boyfriend over is because they don't get conjugal visits in this particular prison. You know? So, was that a funny thing I said?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Funny?
That was pretty good. That's what the hot tub's for. So they're all doing this, and then we cut back to Snooki, who is making the wise decision, I think, of ensuring herself as a main character. Because she's just like, I'm so sad, I'm gonna pack up and I'm gonna leave.
Oh, yeah. So what's happening is they are loudly yelling in the other room. The girls are screaming about how the other girls, the hot tub, the boardwalk babes, were taking off their clothes in the hot tub. And they're screaming about that.
And Snooki thinks they're talking about her.
Yeah, Snooki thinks they're still talking about, like, last night, because this is only the next day. We have only described, I think, a day and a half of this show.
Yeah, the timeline of events is crazy. Okay, but stop the presses, because Snooki does the best thing, which is go back to the duck phone, and she calls her dad. And she calls him up, and she's like, Dad, I don't think anybody likes me. I'm gonna come back home. And he's like, don't do that. Don't come back, please. He, like, seems so upset about the idea of her coming back. He's like he does not seem to like her very much.
I would say that, which is not fair maybe because I have the benefit of having watched this show. I read it more as like he's trying to tell her to tough it out. Like, she's in her early 20s. It's like her first time away from home. I think he's like trying to really encourage, not so much that he doesn't like her, but he wants her to like tough it out. Like, kind of, well, you got to leave the nest sometime. I do get the feeling maybe he doesn't want her living at the house. Maybe
I could see that, but the way that it was phrased is she's like, I've never been away from my family before. And then both Kendall and I very much read it as, she's like, she's like, I've never been away from my family. I want to go back. And he's like, don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't.
No, really, don't do that. I tried to sabotage your car so you couldn't come back.
Maybe, maybe.
I cut the brake lines. It didn't work.
I don't know them, you know? I can only say what I think, and I don't know them personally. That could be what happened. I don't know.
I poured corn syrup into your gas can. I thought it would stop you and strand you in Jersey.
I poured so much of the sugar in the tank.
So
Oh my goodness.
she's there, and then I think like Vinny or somebody sees that she's leaving. Or no, Pauly D sees that she's leaving.
No, it was Ronnie.
Oh, it was
and this is
Ronnie.
the
That's
first
right,
time-
because
this
nobody
is
calls
the
her
first
ugly.
time I think Ronnie. Yeah, this is the first time Ronnie's kind of been a little shit.
Oh, yeah.
Because he sees her leaving, and then he kind of like he's like, "Oh, you're leaving? All right." And he just kind of walks out, and then it cuts to his little headshot interview, and he was all like, "What? You want me to hold your hand?"
Yeah, and then he goes
care.
he goes
He
to
doesn't know, he don't
everybody
care.
else, and he's like, "Guys, you're not gonna fucking believe this. It's fucking hilarious. She's fucking leaving, and she's crying." And then everybody like goes
yeah.
and checks on her, and they have a little moment.
Yeah, everybody else is like, yeah.
Everyone's like, "Oh, you can't
Specifically the
leave."
girls, I think.
Yeah, it's mostly that. No, the guys aren't there. What are you telling me? They 100%
Yeah, I
don't
think
show up.
I think when he tells everybody, the guy, like Vinny and Polly, are like, "Oh, that's crazy," but they don't really go and check on her or
They're like,
anything.
"Oh, thank
But the
God."
girls do.
Yeah, the girls all go and
The
check
girls.
on her, and they're like, "Don't leave. We're the core 8 or whatever."
Yeah, we're the core. We gotta do this
And
together.
I'm
we
here-
like you. We don't know you very much.
And I'm here going, Snooki's the only person from this show I knew the name of before going in. I'm sure she's about to leave episode 1.
Yeah, I'm sure that's about it. And that's pretty much the cliffhanger.
That's basically it. Though, there's one follow-up cliffhanger, and that's at the end of the episode, there is a little trailer for this season, which is somebody who's not seen it. I'm so excited, because there is violence. There are cops. And they say that they're like a family. To which I'm like, there's been a lot of sexual theming around these characters. I really hope they're not like a family. And then there's more cops, and there's a scene of Pauly or Vinny or one of the guys being loaded into a police car, and the police officer just says in like a tone that audience sounds just like this, "You're going to jail." It's that's like the end thing they leave it on, and I'm like, I want what? I was so hooked. I was so ready to go.
He was messaging me for the one Jersey fan out there. I'm so sorry to the one Godzilla fan. I promise we're about to talk about that, and I have so much to say about Godzilla too.
We've been
so I'm sorry
talking
to
about
you. We're
Jersey
about to get
Shore
there.
for like 2 episodes worth of Jersey Shore. Like, we'll shorten it down in further episodes. We won't.
Yeah,
We won't.
yeah, we'll see what editing looks like for you. I'm so sorry to you. For the one Jersey fan out there, he was messaging me going, "I think we're gonna have to do this show bi-weekly because I cannot wait a month. I cannot wait a month for the next Jersey Shore episode."
Which is gonna be really funny if we end up doing this podcast monthly.
Yeah, we'll
If,
see. I mean,
if we do this monthly, know that I'm suffering.
Mm-hmm. He's suffering. He's thinking. He's got the Jersey Shore brain rot.
Yeah, it's really solid. It's really solid stuff. And by solid, I don't mean good necessarily. But it's like a puzzle box I needed to solve. It's like the Hellraiser cube, where I know that to unravel it is to drive one mad, but I have to find the solution.
It's like the lexicon from Skyrim.
It's like an ancient meteorite that you know you shouldn't investigate, but you feel like maybe you should investigate it further, and then it sort of maybe releases a horrible alien threat that tries to destroy the city.
Wow, what a relevant phrase.
Segway! So, this is your second Godzilla movie you've watched. Yes.
Second Godzilla. Third Kaiju. Well, I'd say third. I probably have watched other Kaiju movies that I just did not consider or think about being in the Kaiju category.
That's fair. You've watched Clifford, right?
I have not watched Clifford, but
You've never watched Clifford the Big Red Dog?
No. Well, I watched the cartoon. Does that count?
That counts.
Not
The
movie.
anime.
Yeah, I watched the anime. You know.
Oh, I think that counts. I haven't watched the live action movie either. Not yet.
Not yet. It could be an episode.
But that's not today. Today we watched, or not today. We didn't. Neither of us watched this today, and neither of us watched it together. But we watched Godzilla 2000, also known as Godzilla 2000 Millennium.
Oh.
And it's my turn to give some behind the scenes stuff because this movie is a little complicated, which will be a recurring thing for Godzilla movies. And our one Godzilla fan is going to be mad at me because we watched the English version.
Oh, yeah, we did do that. We were guilty of that. We watched it on what was available.
We watched it on Amazon. And it was only available in English. But there's a bit of a story about that. We'll get to the movie in a moment here. But you can't really talk about this movie without talking about a little bit of the history of it. Now, some people would say we shouldn't talk about this movie without talking about the history of Godzilla as a whole, but I'm going to save that for our original Godzilla episode, which we're not at yet. Because, again, I want to save that for when we have when we're good at this, and not when we're here going,
not when we're here clapping like noobs.
Yeah, when we're... Jay, I'm gonna cut out all of our clapping, syncing up audio. They're not even gonna know about that.
No,
we could have just said that we do this like.
They think we're seamless.
Oh no. So, well, speaking of Americans messing things up, so this movie came after the movie Godzilla vs. Destroya, which was a Godzilla movie that ended what is known as the Godzilla Heisei era. Now, we'll get into it more. I guess we'll get into it now.
Did you say Destroya?
Destroya, yes. Not Destroyer.
That's a My Chemical Romance song, just so you know.
Well, I don't know when that came out versus Godzilla vs. Destroya.
Probably after.
Godzilla vs. Destroya came out in 1995. And we'll get to that movie. I'm very excited about it. I want to be clear. I'm a fake Godzilla fan in the sense of I have not seen every Godzilla movie.
Not yet.
And many of the ones I have seen, many of the ones I have seen, I watched when I was very young, and it was like things I got from Blockbuster Video and stuff when I was homesick from school or whatever. So I'm very much looking forward to rewatching Godzilla vs. Destroya, but it was the end of what was known as the Heisei era of Godzilla movies. And they were going to not make any more, them being Toho, the company that owns Godzilla. They were done making Japanese Godzilla movies. And their plan is they were not going to make any more until the year 2005, when they were going to make something for the Godzilla 50th anniversary. And then, a movie that we will surely have to get to at some point came out, which was Godzilla 1998, also just known as Godzilla, which is the American version of the movie, directed by Roland Emmerich, that came out in 1998, and was terrible. Some people like it now. People grew up with it, and there is nostalgia for that movie. But as you'll see when we eventually watch it, it was not a very faithful adaptation of Godzilla. The monster looked wrong. The movie felt wrong. People at the time were very disappointed. And so Toho saw this fact and sort of went, well, shit, we can't wait until 2005 because this is what everybody's going to be thinking of as Godzilla. And so 2 months after that movie came out, they had already started working on this movie, Godzilla 2000. And that started what is known as the Millennium Era of Godzilla movies.
Just so I have this clear. So do the
Yeah.
Godzillas is it like kind of like a Zelda situation where their timelines split and there's different like Godzilla timelines, or is it all a canonically following a sequence?
Jay, I was really hoping you weren't going to ask me about that.
Oh no, I'm sorry. We can
So-
edit it out.
No,
I
it's the
could not
thing
have
that
asked
needs to
that.
be addressed. Okay, so the Godzilla canon is fucked.
Good.
So there are, I was going to say 3. I guess there's now 4 eras of Godzilla movies. There's the Reiwa era, which is what we're in right now. There's the Millennium era. There's the Heisei era, and then the Showa era, which was the first era of Godzilla movies. Now you might say, okay, so each of those eras are all connected. No.
Oh.
Shut up, you're stupid for thinking that. So original Godzilla is canon in most, but not all Godzilla movies. So there's some, like your Godzilla -1s, your Shin Godzillas. Those are movies that take place fully in their own continuity. They are not connected to anything else, except for, I guess, the sequels that they're probably going to get.
So they're like lone islands floating out there in the Godzilla
Exactly.
sphere.
So the Showa era movies, which are like the old classic ones, those ones, from my understanding, are loosely connected. Some of them are more connected than others. Some of them make slight references. I'm going to try and have us watch those in somewhat the right order, except for I'm already going to throw that off because, spoiler alert, I'm planning to have our next episode be Godzilla vs. Mothra, which is the 3rd one of those. But at that point, I guess it's the 4th one, but at that point they hadn't, it's early enough, it doesn't matter. And again, we're not ready for original Godzilla yet, because that one's like a real movie. But, so that's them. The Showa eras are all kind of connected. Jay's watching my brain melt as I talk about this in a very hot room.
I'm watching his eyes tick up to the ceiling, then down to his keyboard, then up to the ceiling, then down to his keyboard. It's like a seeing eye test. Yeah.
So, Heisei Godzilla is those movies in generalities are connected a little more solidly. Godzilla has a kid in those, and that carries out throughout.
Godzilla has a kid?
Oh, we will get to, there's multiple
Is Godzilla
different kid
a woman?
Godzillas.
I guess I assumed.
Jay, we can't get into it. We can't. Oh no!
Did Godzilla have an
Angry
egg?
Godzilla.
Is
Angry
Godzilla a mammal?
Godzilla fans just started clacking at their keyboards at the question of, is Godzilla a woman? The answer is, it's complicated, and it depends on the version.
Does Godzilla do mitosis?
Sometimes.
Cool.
Sometimes Godzilla has an egg because they can just reproduce asexually. Sometimes Godzilla is a lady, but usually not. They usually don't say it that way. Sometimes Godzilla, finds a baby, and sometimes a baby or copies of Godzilla split out of their flesh in a horrible eldritch monster.
So there's different,
really
just like
depends.
there's different timelines. I'm gathering that there is
It's like
different
there's-
physiologies of Godzilla.
It's like
reproduction.
if... Oh, yes. So all the suits are almost always different, and I have comments about the suit in this movie. Godzilla's design changes a lot.
Okay.
Sometimes it's because it's a version of a previous suit, and they just had to repair it from the last movie. Some of the older movies, you will literally see over the course of movies the suits start falling apart, which is very funny. But long and short of it, some of them are connected, some of them aren't. The Millennium movies, which is what this one starts, none of them are connected except for 2 of them are. I don't know. The two Mechagodzilla ones are connected. It's basically like if Legends of Zelda had it so that all of them are like their separate timelines, except for about half of those, the first game is canon in all of them.
That's kind of what they do.
I don't know anything about Zelda, man. I don't know. I was really hoping that wasn't the case. Well, isn't he a different?
I said, you know what? I said that with too much confidence. I'm pretty
the Zelda
sure
fans
they
mad
do.
now.
Yeah, we're alienating everybody here.
But all that to say, this movie does not connect to any of the others. Also, that's not even getting into all of the American Godzilla movies in the MonsterVerse right now. We'll get into that later. Not in this episode. Later on. We'll watch Godzilla 2014 and all of those at some point. That's a whole other can of worms that connects into a whole bunch of other stuff, and they connect into the new King Kong movies. My head will explode. But this movie was made because Toho was really upset. Well, they weren't... Toho was trying to very politely indicate that they weren't upset that TriStar and the American studios had fucked up Godzilla. So
they're trying to retain some sort of diplomatic relations there.
Yes, and so they released Godzilla 2000, and we watched the English version, which basically was released at the time because it was basically exported to America. And then TriStar, and because they still owned the rights to Godzilla for American releases, they made basically a re-edit of the movie, which has happened many times in Godzilla movies in the past, which is another thing that we'll come up to eventually. Famously, the original Godzilla movie got kind of butchered by an American modification or re-edit. But this one, they had to get permission from Toho of what they were and weren't allowed to cut out. And Toho actually really liked the version we watched.
Oh, okay.
And some scenes were kind of cut down a little bit. They edited some sound effects and such. And Toho was a big fan of it, and they really liked that it was very successful in America, relatively speaking. And so the version, all that to say, the version we watched isn't the Japanese one, but Toho says it's okay, so don't fucking come at me, Godzilla fans. Just leave me alone.
Hey, Nick.
Yes.
Nick, can you share that one comment that you read on Amazon? The one you read to me?
Oh. So there was
one
an
comment
IMDb...
about the Godzilla 2000 movie.
There was a Godzilla review that we stumbled upon. We're going to read some reviews later on, and I'm not going to read the entire review.
Just read that
but the
one
title
you
of
shared
this,
me.
The title of this review, 1 out of 10 stars, Japan cannot be proud of this. To which I say, apparently they were. So
they dug it.
Well, before we get into more, I fall into trying to explain more Godzilla stuff. Here's the thing, all of that is nonsense. Any Godzilla fans listening to this, I'm hoping are nodding along with me and going, yeah, that's a pretty good summary of the different eras and the continuities, and isn't going, this fucking idiot, this guy didn't even mention the Netflix anime trilogy. Well, I just did, so...
that's the one I'm most excited for so far.
I don't want to watch it again. We'll get to it. So let's talk about this movie.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, so this movie, how to describe how it starts out. They're getting hot. They go in hot and heavy right away. There's a big storm going on, it seems like, and they're setting up scientific tools that look like... They kind of look like if you ever got furniture from IKEA and you have to put the two metal poles together and kind of twist them a little bit to make the notch fall into place. It looks like they're setting up a bunch of IKEA satellites on a field.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so these... Or sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
These are our main characters. And this is going to be another thing that is going to happen a lot in this podcast is me slowly learning how to pronounce Japanese names. And I apologize to anyone here. I'm a very American man. I'm gonna do my best. It's a learning exercise.
I also apologize because I'm sure I will butcher some names, and I will do my best. Yeah.
You have to remember, at the end of the day, we're both very stupid.
Yes, and we don't make any claims otherwise.
Yeah. So we follow our main characters here. We've got Yuji Shinoda, his little daughter Io, Io.
Was it Io or Io? Because I think they said
it's Io.
The American the American voiceover announced it as Io.
I think it's. I'm gonna go with Io.
Yeah.
And someone can pronounce. I'm sure people will yell at me, but it's fine. I'm gonna say it's Io. And then there is Yuki Ikinose, I think.
I did not catch her last name, and I did not learn her name until halfway through the movie. All the subtitle said was reporter woman.
I think they call her by her last name once. They mostly just call her Yuki, and they call Shinoda mostly. So we'll just call them as such. But they're all there, and I don't remember the name of their group off the top of my head, but they're like the Godzilla detection group. The Godzilla Detection Agency, I think.
I think it was the Godzilla Prediction Network. The Godzilla Prediction Network.
The GPD.
The
GPN.
GPN.
GPN. That sounds right. We're good at this.
Yeah. Well, let's keep it going.
Look at us not writing things down. Yeah, so they're all there, and they are trying to... They've predicted with their IKEA furniture...
Their IKEA furniture can track Godzilla's plasma is what the situation is.
And I'm glad you mentioned plasma, because immediately Yuki's like, plasma, like blood, and Io's like, you fucking idiot, you stupid lady.
I would have assumed plasma was blood. I don't know what else plasma refers to,
She calls her an imbecile. And this is a recurring thing that Io will call this adult woman.
Can you imagine if imbecile was replaced with whore? They went real Jersey with it.
That would be pretty. I mean, that would certainly change the tone.
She's like, whore. Actually, any fluctuations in the plasma reading indicate Godzilla's proximity.
I will say, just right off the bat, Io is a delightful child character in this. She's so mean.
She's like 11, I think, is what she looks like to me.
Yeah, if even. She's like a proper young kid.
She's like a
She's so mean. She's so mean to everybody, and it's delightful.
She's also the smartest person in the GPN.
That's true. Not super high competition.
Yeah.
So Godzilla shows up with, and I've written here, some rough CGI, because there's a CGI shot of his eye, and we'll just get this out of the way right now. This movie was made in 1999. It did not have a massive budget, and they were really confident in their computer effects, and they shouldn't have been. All of the costumes and miniatures in this movie look so good, and then they just put a CGI character or model into it, and it looks terrible every time.
Oh my god, I cannot wait to talk about CGI later.
Well, we see a pretty rough looking title card pop up that says the title of the movie, and it kind of looks like the Flintstones.
Yeah, what did I write? I think I wrote something specific in my notes. I said a man dodges falling debris, because at this point there is a man that is like looking out of a frosty window. I think he's in a lighthouse. I did not know that at first. I had to watch that scene a couple of times because I thought he was on a ship at first and got confused. But either way, a lighthouse worker sees Godzilla. He looks out a frosted window to see the mouth of Godzilla, and he narrowly manages to dodge as Godzilla shoots a beam of movie title from his leering eye.
That's really good. That is what happened. See, I will say, so Godzilla, yeah, he shows up. He lets out a roar that, like, he's roaring, he's stomping around, he's fucking up this lighthouse, he's fucking up this bar. This Godzilla's real mean. Yeah. This isn't one of your friendly hero Godzillas. This Godzilla's just messing stuff up. And our heroes are, like, riding up to try and get a picture of it, because Yuki wants to get a picture of this Godzilla for the newspaper.
You skipped something I want to touch on a little bit, because I do want to keep bringing this up every time it happens. I want to bring it up every single time it happens. So before we cut away from the lighthouse, man, Godzilla, I think, knocks down a radio tower or something on top of him, like one of those cross metal structures.
Oh, yeah.
He smashes it to fall on this man, and have you ever seen Jackass 2? I know that's a crazy question to ask you. For any of
What's that supposed to be?
You don't seem like a Jackass enjoyer.
Thank you. I don't seem like a jackass.
For if our Godzilla fan or our Jersey Shore fan watched Jackass 2, there's a scene at the very end of Jackass 2 where Johnny Knoxville is standing there by himself, and he's like in a cowboy outfit, kind of standing there, and there's like a cardboard cutout saloon, like full-size saloon standee, and it comes down on him, and he's just standing perfectly where the cutout window of the saloon falls, so the whole structure misses him because he's standing perfectly where that window falls. And that's basically what happens with this man. Like, he just happens to be right where the crossbeam, like, is missing parts, so he comes out fine. And I just wanted to note that Godzilla did not kill this man, and I know that seems dumb now, but I promise this is gonna be something important later.
I love the fact that you think that that's a trope from Jackass 2.
I'm
pretty sure that's a very classic. I think that's a very classic trope of the saloon falls and the person's in the window of it. I don't know where that originated.
I've never seen that in anything but Jackass 2.
I feel like I'm gonna lose my film credentials for not being able to be like, actually, it's from this, but that's definitely
it's
a thing
from
Looney
around. Tunes or something.
I feel like there's like a classic Western that's from, or like a classic comedy, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's say it's from Jackass 2.
Anyway, our heroes. I'm sorry. I just wanted to point out that man didn't die.
There is a lot of Godzilla not killing people in this movie up until that changes.
That's basically the point I was gonna make. Is I wanted to point out every time Godzilla notably does not kill somebody.
It's really interesting the rules Toho has around Godzilla and when they decide if Godzilla can or can't be a violent murderer. Because some movies, Godzilla's like, oh, he's a friend to the kids, or we want to make this marketable. And then sometimes we're like, we're just going to make Godzilla the meanest motherfucker you've ever seen.
Yeah,
and this movie's kind of like a mix.
I'd be interested to know what that line is, but we could, if it helps, we can save that for the end of the description.
When we get to the American Godzilla, the 1998 one, I think will probably be a good time to go over that because they were given a list of rules for what they can and can't do with Godzilla, and that's, to my knowledge, the best approximation.
Was that before or after this movie?
That's the movie that made them have to make this movie because it was so bad.
Good, okay.
They broke a lot of the rules they were given.
Okay.
So, also, I know people like that movie. I'm sorry if you think that movie is good. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe we'll rewatch it for this podcast and I'll go, this movie's great, but I really doubt it. I don't like that movie very much, but it's okay. It's okay if you like it.
I don't know if I like it yet or not.
Man, just watch. That's going to be the one that divides us the most. So our heroes ride up and they're trying to get close to Godzilla. They're there, and Godzilla's just sort of like stood next to this tunnel like a ledge. He's out in the ocean and they're like looking at him, and Godzilla sort of starts to look at him, and Yuki she kind of panics and takes a picture, and it flashes, and Godzilla's like, ah, and roars at them with a roar that would surely shatter their eardrums, because the roar destroys the glass, the windshield of their car. And glass break green screen .mp4 not final plays as maybe the worst CGI glass I've ever seen in my life explodes forth upon Godzilla roaring at them.
Can I expand on the visual here?
Yes, please do.
So what happens is there's kind of like a little bit of they're driving towards a tunnel and there's kind of like a landslide, so they have to like take their car that's totally tricked out that they can then kind of ride over the rubble into the tunnel. And then there happens to be a road break at the end of the tunnel, but Godzilla luckily or unluckily is right there. And they take they have like a headlight affixed to their tricked out car that they turn on, and they have the controls to like pan it in or up. So they pan the spotlight up, see Godzilla's face, and he just looks ticked, and they just turn that off.
Yeah. It gives the big energy of like you just walked in on someone in the bathroom and you're trying to pretend you didn't see him.
It's very
and Godzilla's
cartoony.
Just real upset about it.
I think that also adds to how absolutely insane it was that Yuki then decided that then was a good time for flash photography.
Yeah, Yuki's not very... Well, she's an imbecile, as we've established.
Yeah, that's true. She's an imbecile.
And then they, like, have to run away from Godzilla in their car, drive away from it. It's very Jurassic Park-style car chase. You know, lots of things are flying. Godzilla's, like, stomping through the roof of this tunnel in a mountainside to try and fuck up this one car. He's really upset about it.
The car's Ricky bobbing backwards up the road.
Yeah, they're going. Shinoda is friggin' going at this like a fucking Fast and Furious over here. And then they get away, and Godzilla goes, "Well, I'm here anyways," and just starts destroying shit. And I just want to point out, it's some very good looking Godzilla destruction. Like, you know, the miniatures look great. The suit design for Godzilla, I like in this one. It's not my favorite, but I enjoy it. I have a couple fun facts about the suit, though.
Ooh, is now a good time to get into some fun suit facts?
I figure this is the first time we see the suit fully, so I figure I'll give a couple of fun ones here.
Good.
Firstly, this is the first time in live action that Godzilla has ever been green.
Really?
Godzilla's often drawn as being green. He was green in the Hanna-Barbera cartoon from like the 80s. But Godzilla is traditionally either kind of like a charcoal gray or like black. This is the first time Godzilla's been green. The purple spikes are also cool. Those spines on his back, they're a lot more jagged and pointy than they normally are. And this was kind of their edgy, like cool 2000s design.
The jagged like spikes on his back kind of remind me of like Lego flames.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Apparently they were made of fiberglass. And I saw a clip where the director was talking about, I think it was the director, was talking about it. And it was like, yeah, they were really sharp and dangerous on set because if the actor like backed up into anybody, they were pointy enough they could like cut you.
Oh my gosh.
Which seems a little excessive. Also, the actor in the suit who, let me see, do I have their name? I can pull it up. Because the actor in the suit had basically said that like, because the suit had like some animatronics in the head to help move it around and everything. Tutsumo Kitagawa is the actor's name, and he was talking. There was a whole thing about how there's all these animatronics in the head that made it really kind of like heavy and hard to breathe. So there was an oxygen tube that went. Oxygen hose that like attached at the tail to get through to him so he could like breathe steadily. And he describes it as being like horrifyingly claustrophobic and hard to get used to. And this is the first of a segment that I assure we will have many times of how bad did the suit actor suffer for this kaiju movie.
Yeah, how
this
long
is a
did
pretty
he...
tame one.
Oh, I was gonna ask, sorry, I didn't mean to interject, but I was curious about, like, so I know this is, like, kind of early filming. Did they have, like, kind of any safety laws about how long they could be in the suits for?
I assume so. In looking at the behind-the-scenes stuff, so the worst thing I could find about this suit actor's experience was the sharp spikes, which wasn't really affecting him as everybody else, and the claustrophobic stuff. Because I believe this was Kitagawa's, I believe, first time playing Godzilla. He'd been a stuntman in other sort of kaiju type series. I think he was in Power Rangers. But
Okay.
there were no stories that were horrifically awful. So I think at this point they'd mostly figured it out. When we get to some of the older Godzilla movies, including the one that came right before this, the previous Japanese one, Destroya, there are some much more there are some much more harrowing stories about the things these actors had to go through in some of these suits. This one seems like he had a pretty good time, all things considered.
Has anybody ever died in the Godzilla suits?
To my knowledge, no one has died.
Okay.
People have been forced into unconsciousness.
They've been hospitalized by these suits.
People have nearly drowned. People have been lit on fire.
Oh my god. People
There's
have
a bunch
fiberglass
of
attached
stuff.
to their backs.
Yeah, oh yeah. We'll explore it more when we talk about original Godzilla, but the original Godzilla suit was made in no small part of concrete.
Oh my god. They had to just slug around concrete?
Ew, yeah, that's that.
Man,
that
who was
movie's
it?
gonna
Who
have so
was
much
the
behind
actor
the
in that suit? Was that Ronnie? Lugging around all
I-
that concrete? What the hell?
I should know that actor's name. I'm gonna look that up because people are screaming it at me right now. That would be Haruo Nakajima,
Okay.
who was the original suit actor, and when we get to that movie, we will talk about him. That man is insane what he went through, and then he kept doing it for like decades. I don't know, but what I was also gonna say, so I like the Godzilla design. I don't know if you had strong feelings about how Godzilla looked. I know you're not as familiar with all of his different looks.
Yeah, I would say I don't have enough of a library right now to say whether I thought it was good or bad. I mean, I thought of the time that all I thought was of the time it was made, it seemed okay. I liked some. There are some scenes that it seems better than others. Like,
Yeah.
I really liked the back. I was actually really impressed with the spike design, which makes sense if it was like artful fiberglass, you know, kind of precision shaped and all that. I thought the eyes looked kind of Scooby-Doo goofy, but I also it endeared me a bit. So
There's
I
it's
liked
definitely
it, I would say.
not my favorite of them. I am very interested as we watch these to see your thoughts on the various suits, especially some of the older ones that are a little goofier.
Yeah. I would say I think my only comparison is Shin Godzilla.
Oh,
Wait,
-1. You haven't
oh,
seen
minus
Shin
one
Godzilla yet.
Godzilla. Okay,
I
I'm
am
sorry.
so excited for you to see Shin Godzilla at some point. But
-1 Godzilla, I would say, is the better design, but also I think it was produced way later.
yeah.
So
Yeah, well,
that makes sense.
-1 also has like one of the best Godzilla designs, so that's fair.
Yeah.
So I will point out, getting back on track here.
Yes.
While Godzilla's just destroying the city, there's just like a random shot of a little kid just mean mugging Godzilla through a window. I don't know if
like
you
at the
saw
train
that
station
kid.
or whatever.
Yeah, he's just like glaring at Godzilla.
I know. He's like, he is mad. He's like, this is my Tokyo, and then his mother comes and drags him away.
It's so fun. Like everyone else is running, and there's this pissed off kid. That kid and EO should have teamed up and fought Godzilla.
That should have been the movie. Yeah, I agree. We also missed a scene where he smashed in a eatery. It was like a little, I think maybe a ramen shop diner or something.
Oh yeah, he fucks up like a bar.
Yeah, he fucks up a bar. He levels it, and the 3 people that were in there all live. And I thought Godzilla has a very unimpressive kill count so far.
Godzilla's like Batman. Godzilla has one rule. It's that he'll destroy a city, but he won't
But
kill.
he won't kill anyone, yeah.
It just makes it so much funnier later in this movie when that shifts. So they're going. We cut to there's some science. All of a sudden, we cut to some scientists who are like deep sea exploring in a submarine.
They are the CCI, which is the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Yeah, and they're looking for a meteorite. And they are, I think, rather smart to be doing this when they know Godzilla's not in the water. Like, if I lived in this universe, I would also schedule all of my submarine adventures when I knew Godzilla was up on shore.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. So it seems like they should have some sort of relationship with the GPN, so they can tell him, hey, Godzilla looks like he's leveling Kyoto right now, so maybe
we find out.
Maybe you go deal with that meteorite.
They used to be friends.
Oh.
Maybe we find out that they used to be lovers.
Maybe. Less than friends, more than lovers.
Exactly. So they're doing that. We don't really see what they're up to much yet. But what we do get to see is Yuki goes back to her, like, news station that she works at, or her journalism office, and everyone's just fucking making fun of her. Everyone hates this. She is the Snooki of this show. Everyone's just calling her a dumbass.
Yeah, this is episode 1 Snooki right here. Nobody is bonding with Yuki.
I do like the touch, though, that the radiation fucked up all the film in her camera. Just by being next to Godzilla, it just, like, ruined it.
I really liked that. I liked that detail. I'm glad they gave us that detail because I immediately wrote, wait, they were close enough for the radiation to fuck up her film. Why did that scientist have his 8-year-old daughter there?
Okay, yeah, very good question. And that's going to be something I bring up later in this as well.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
Shinoda is really, really comfortable bringing his 11 to 8-year-old daughter just with him to deal with all this Godzilla stuff. I think we need to talk about what is one of the funniest bits in this movie, which is Yuki goes and asks for directions on where to find the Godzilla notification
I know what you're
center.
gonna talk about.
And there's just a scene where she's asking for directions and this guy's like helping her and he's holding a big stick and he just starts accidentally beating the fuck out of this guy, like his coworker with
like
this
the
stick.
situation is this man has like a large log or pipe or something. It's unclear to me what the object is, but he's like holding it over his shoulder like lumber kind of style. And
Yeah,
then,
I think
like
it's a
there's
pipe.
like a man that I think it's his underling or something maybe is like sitting on a crate right like at hip or I guess not hip level because somehow it always hits his head and that man has it on his shoulder. So somehow this man is sitting on a crate and is shoulder level with this guy.
I think
and
he keeps
every
like
time
swinging
he
it, it
turns
keeps going
around-
lower.
Yeah, he turns around to give directions unknowing that the back of his stick keeps whacking his like friend in the face. in the back of the head.
He hits him like 8 times or something. It's
very slapstick.
and
but
like
in the best
he does
way.
he does it a slapstick, literally.
Yeah.
Wow. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. I love the fact that, like, midway through that scene, he looks at the guy's like, what are you upset about? And the guy's like, oh, and then he just keeps doing it.
Yeah. He's like, what are you upset about? Why aren't you working?
This movie is kind of funny, though.
It was really good. It got me. Like, there's a scene, like, maybe we're about to talk to next, like, where I think it's Shinoda sees Yuki I kind of forget how this happens, but somehow Shinoda, the scientist's father from the team, the EO Shinoda team, sees Yuki and is like, hey, do you want to come get some pictures? And she she growls at him, and I'm not just saying like she growls out a response like, ah, sure. No, she like physically growls. She goes,
Yeah. And I'm like, how much of that is the American translation and how much of that is them working off of the original audio? I don't know.
I don't know, but I
So,
enjoyed it.
However, what I maybe didn't enjoy as much. So Jay, Yuki, actually, I say that. I enjoyed this, but I went on a deep dive here. Because Yuki goes into the Godzilla Prediction Network. And
Yes.
she is told by EO that to join, she will need to pay membership. And she is told that she will need to pay a membership fee of 200,000 yen with an additional 50,000 yen a month. Now, Jay, did you happen to look into how much this would be in American dollars?
Oh no, I knew I was gonna get called out here. So I did, however, I did not account for inflation, which you caught me on.
Yeah.
But you did. You did account for
I was
inflation.
gonna let you explain it, and then I was gonna ask you if you did inflation, and I was just gonna call you out.
No,
But
I did not fall for your clever trap.
so we looked into this, and I spent far too long investigating. Basically that would be about, so the membership fee would be about $1,353 for the initial payment and $338 a month.
That actually wasn't too far off from what I had.
That's good, because
Yeah.
otherwise my whole math would be wrong. Now, according to in2013dollars.com, reliable source, friend of the pod, 200,000 yen in 1999 is now about 222,000 yen, and 50,000 yen becomes about 55,500 yen. So that becomes $1,502 for the first purchase and $375.52 for the second purchase.
Subscription.
Yeah, for the monthly. Do you think those are reasonable amounts of money to be part of a network to go see exclusive Godzilla access?
You know, my answer switches back and forth. At first, I want to say no and tell Io, the 11-year-old that's smarter than everyone, who's also the business manager of the GPN, it turns out. She specifically says, I handle the business end of things because Yuki tries talking to the 40-year-old father. And Yuki says she can do that, or they have a special deal going where, she can, what is the special deal?
Pay for expenses.
She says she can help out with expenses, and at first I think, well, so far I think their expenses are gas, maybe food, scientific equipment, IKEA furniture, which maybe isn't too bad, and a smashed windshield, so maybe that's a deal. But then I thought about all the cancer treatment these people are going to have way later in life because of all their radiation exposure, and I thought, actually, that's a terrible deal.
You just mentioned that your dog demolished your seatbelts.
Yeah.
You know car expenses are expensive. That windshield's gonna be a lot.
I think windshields are cheaper than seatbelts. I think.
don't know. Maybe.
I think.
That seems wrong, but I think you might be right.
That's what I thought. I thought there's no way this is $2,000, and I was right. Somebody else quoted me way lower.
We've chased away the seatbelt fan.
Not the seatbelt.
We're losing our most treasured demographics. So,
but I do want to say, so at first I was like, I think maybe the better deal would be paying the initial fee and the monthly subscription rather than having to help chip in for medical bills later. But then it's revealed that it seems like the local news broadcaster just reports Godzilla's whereabouts for free. So I don't think I'd pay at all.
Well, that's kind of what I was going to say, is on one hand, 1,500 and then 375 monthly for exclusive first picks of Godzilla. You would assume you're making more with each Godzilla pick than you're losing there. Yeah. But apparently not, because there's never any mention of her selling her pictures or media. She's just sort of it's just part of her job.
Not only does she not get paid, she gets just called an imbecile a lot at work as well.
I assume she gets paid to be there, but there's nothing indicating that she gets paid more to get these Godzilla pictures.
Yeah, it's not clear to me if, she's a freelance paparazzi, just, kind of affiliated with this journalist network she's trying to get the pictures to, or if she is a journalist that works there, and they're like, hey, okay, your job today is to go to where Godzilla's at and get pictures.
I'm also you'd think it'd be pretty easy to get pictures of Godzilla. This isn't Spider-Man. He's not whipping around the city, just zipping in and out. when Godzilla shows up, you got a lot of time to set up your tripod. You know, if you're far enough away, you just get a good zoom lens. You get on a hill nearby.
I'm not understanding why she feels the need to join the GPN.
I think
Assumedly, the news would be like, "Oh my gosh, if you're in, if you're in Tokyo, you might want to evacuate because Godzilla is stomping his way there now, and then you could maybe go there and get footage." Then
I don't know. She is an imbecile.
That's true. She doesn't know how to work the remote on the TV, so.
So, after that scene, the little submarines are trying to get the big meteorite up out of the water. They hook all these little balloons to it, and they start it starts lifting this meteor. It's this big, long rock. And I say big, it's like massive. And then it starts moving faster than the balloons, and floats up to the surface on its own power. And everybody, all these scientists are like, that seems bad.
I think they're very puzzled by it. It's just at this point, viewer visually, it literally does just look like a rock, literally just a big, massive rock.
It looks like a rock that you'd be able to skip really well if you threw it at the water. And we meet two new characters here. We meet Miyazaki, who is the scientist who seems to be running most of this, the scientific side of this operation, and then there's
the best character in the show.
My favorite character, Secretary Mitsuo Katagiri, who is just excellent. He's the most intense looking man. He always has this long coat that's always billowing in the breeze.
He's always in his own private helicopter. For our one Yu-Gi-Oh fan out there, Seto Kaiba. I just kept calling him Seto Kaiba the whole time. He's got that low timbre of speaking and that very cold, callous, I'm above you sort of arrogance to him.
So so they're there and they see this meteorite getting lifted up. We jump back to the Godzilla Prediction Network, aka Shinoda and Io's just house, where Io's making food. She probably can also fucking peel garlic. She's pretty impressive. She's just making all sorts of food. And she gets upset that her dad is unable to fucking cut vegetables for her, right? And then they get a call from, apparently, I wrote this down because I thought it would be important, and it's not. They get a call from Sonora at Outpost 2031 about new Godzilla tremors. My question is, did Sonora pay the fee? Did he have to pay the membership fee?
I think he paid them in lobsters because for some reason he has a billion aquariums set up around him. I think he must be a marine biologist of some sort. His lab, I cannot stress this enough. It's like if you had an Animal Crossing house and you just put a fish tank down in every free grid and then you started stacking the fish tanks on top of each other. That's what his lab looks like. It's like Tetris of aquariums for some reason.
Yeah, it really... He looks like he's taking a Zoom call from the back of a pet store where they keep all the fish, when you walk in there and there's just all the shelves of aquariums. And he's just calling about Godzilla. But, so also, side thing, and I don't want to make fun of this movie too much for having dated effects, but you see Yuki at work for a minute.
Yeah.
And she, I guess, works in the green screen offices because the entire background is clearly composited in. And, you can see the kind of, jittery line around her and everything. And normally I wouldn't make that much fun of it. It's 1999. It's a cheap movie. Just film her in an office.
That's
it's the
true.
most mundane place to get to film.
I
they
will
couldn't
say...
pull it off.
Absolutely. Why didn't they film it in an office? And absolutely, I noticed that. Absolutely, I noticed the squiggly line. It didn't trick me, not for a second.
Maybe you know what?
I'm a reality. I'm a reality TV short junkie. I know
know what's real.
I know what's real.
Well, Jay, I hate to tell you,
I didn't
don't
know.
I was.
I didn't
Oh
notice
my
that at
goodness!
all.
It stood out to me like a sore thumb.
You are a film major. Maybe we
That's
should
true.
tell our fans
Oh,
that. Maybe
no.
you should tell our 2 listeners that Nick is a film major, and I am not qualified in any way to talk about anything, but I do.
I am a film major. I graduated with a film studies degree, and now people, whenever I get something wrong, are gonna be like, "Wow, he's even dumber than I thought."
That's
Look
why
at
I
this
did
film
this,
major."
to make myself look better.
Yeah, but I can recognize a green screen. That was, thousands of dollars to school to recognize that green screen right there. So yeah, we're kind of jumping back and forth between the meteorite research team and Shinoda and Io, and for some reason Yuki is still there.
Yeah, they keep letting her tag along, even though neither one of them seem to like her that
Well-
much. But
well,
they
they-
keep inviting her to adventures.
They all drive down to Godzilla's apparently heading towards a nuclear reactor in Tokai.
Yeah, it
because-
seems like the team has determined that Godzilla goes after energy sources.
Which is a pretty consistent... Godzilla sometimes does that. Godzilla's, was created by nuclear, bombs and such, and it generally is going after energy of varying types, and sometimes he's not. It's very inconsistent.
Sometimes he's killing people.
There is an interesting fun fact with this, though,
Ooh.
where apparently they went and they filmed at... it takes place in Tokimura, and he's approaching the nuclear power plant. Apparently, shortly after they filmed it, before the movie came out, there was an actual nuclear meltdown in that city at one of their nuclear power plants.
Oh my
And they were
gosh.
just like, well, we're going to keep the scene in because the reason given is to be a warning about the dangers of nuclear radiation. I'm like, I feel like you guys just don't want to cut it out.
But no, it's important.
I mean, listen, Godzilla was originally an allegory for atomic weapons and everything.
Yeah.
I don't know if this movie could say the same, but maybe. Did you notice that did you notice that the computer security systems at this Japanese nuclear station were all written in English?
Let me see. I think I wrote about some of the I wrote about some of the computer effects, not every single one of them. There was one time I wrote, and it might have been Okay, I know when I wrote about it, but it's later in the movie, and I don't want to do spoilers, so I will save the computer screen I noticed. But what were the English words? What did it say?
It wasn't anything of note. It was like system meltdown, alert. But I was just like, it's in English. That's weird.
I know. I did notice some of the billboards and stuff were in English, but I also didn't know if that was just a tourist thing.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was a thing that was edited in after the fact, but it looked like it was on the screen. So if they did that well, then I don't know why that was done so well and not the green screen. But whatever.
Yeah.
So Shinoda takes Io and Yuki with him because where better to take your child than a soon-to-be smashed nuclear reactor?
Yeah, I'm glad you took note of that also.
And then Katagiri rolls up.
In his private
helicopter. Yes.
Coat blowing.
His coat is just, it's going off.
This man has eyebrows, people. To the one Jersey fan, eyebrows. Great eyebrows.
So intense. And you find out that he and Shinoda have beef because Shinoda's like, we should study Godzilla and understand Godzilla and everything. And Katagiri's like, we should fucking kill Godzilla. And I'm gonna do it. And it's gonna be awesome. And everybody's like, okay, well, that seems a little intense. And
yeah, Miyazaki seems to be the missing, a link between these two, because Miyazaki seems to work and align himself, even though he's, seems to be Team Meteorite. I think he works in the same, CCI that Katagiri overruns, but Miyazaki and Shinoda, I think, used to be lab partners or something in college.
They are lab partners,
and so, yeah, Miyazaki went on with the CCI. He kind of tried to encourage Shinoda to do that, but Shinoda would much rather undergo the consistent nausea and diarrhea than to ever align himself with the likes of Katagiri, so...
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I mean, he's got that IKEA furniture. And then,
Oh yeah.
in case the audience was curious if Katagiri was the bad guy or not, he is asked by Shinoda. Shinoda basically gives him the offer of like, hey, you can work with me, do some real good. And Katagiri gives the most amazing evil laugh you ever heard. And we're just going to insert that right here.
Tell you what, join the network. You might learn something.
Because it's excellent. It's so good.
It is really good.
I love him so much. And
that's his whole answer in case you thought there was anything
he
more
walks
he was
away
gonna
after that.
volunteer.
He just leaves. He walks back to his helicopter. So I also argue, though, that Shinoda does sort of have a point, because historically, trying to kill Godzilla hasn't gone great.
You know, yeah, he's painted as the bad guy here, but I'm not sold on that by this scene alone, because they're like, why would you kill Godzilla? Why don't you study him and see, like, if there's, like, why don't you study him?
He's not
There
even
could be so
killing
much
anyone.
to him. And, yeah, well, they didn't say that in their argument. Maybe if they had, they'd have more
You
ground to
should have
stand
said
on
that.
it.
If you'd been there, you could have given
I could
specific
have.
examples.
I said, like, don't worry, guys. There's very little life lost. You lose more people a year driving. But, yeah, he doesn't mention that. He just says, why don't we study him? And then Katagiri's like, and like what? Let him destroy the cities while we do that? So I think he's got a point, you know? I don't see him as the bad guy quite at this scene.
And then he does sort of undercut that by going, ha 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 ha, and then walking away.
Yeah, well, if you have incredible wealth and a private helicopter, you don't have to, you don't have to actually verbally win any arguments.
I don't think it's his helicopter. I think it's like it's like the work car.
No, it's
from his job.
It was supposed to be for his job.
The code
and
is
then he
his.
just takes it everywhere. He never walks or rides a car anywhere. He takes the private jet everywhere, or the private helicopter everywhere.
So I have the note next saying that the meteor rises with the sun, looking like a big dried cow pie, majestic.
I have the note, back at base, bugs in the software, flash the message, something's out there.
Oh, it's true. So the big meteorite kind of tips up, and yeah, the computers all freak out, and it seems like as the sun rises, it rises with it, and then it just starts flying away.
Yeah,
And-
so, and I want to keep the visuals very consistent for our listeners here so they can have the same experience I did watching this movie. So it tips up vertical to the ocean, and they're like, what the hell is this thing doing? And it's as the sun is rising, so Miyazaki's kind of clocking that. And then it, like, all of a sudden hovers vertical. Like, it hovers up in the air and then goes, like, horizontal. And it still looks just like a rock, like a river rock. Like, no special effects or nothing. It just looks like a floating river rock. And then the floating river rock continues to shoot out into the sky. That doesn't sound very impressive, I think, at the moment, but we will get to why that's amazing
And I also
later.
want to point out that it's not shooting off, like, if you're imagining it has, like, a trail like a comet, or it's like going
Yeah, it
really
does-
fast, it just sort of floats
Yeah,
at, like, a
there's
moderate
no visible
to quick
chemtrails
speed.
or anything.
Yeah, there's no sonic boom, it's just kind of going off.
Yeah.
So, then it flies off. A bunch of tanks are sent to intercept, and these tanks are booking it. They're, like, racing over hills. There's a bit where they come to a stop, and they look like they're gonna, like, tip over themselves because they're going so quickly.
They look like they're doing some sick wheelies over the landscape.
I'm glad you also noticed that the tanks were going X Games mode.
I did.
So-
yeah, they're catching air. It's pretty cool to watch.
They're having a whole military meeting while this is happening. Katagiri is just evil smiling the entire meeting. And
Yeah.
they come up with a plan that they're like, we're going to stop Godzilla with river mines in the water.
Yeah, they're gonna lure him to, I guess, a mouth of a river that's pretty close to a settlement. It sounds
Yeah.
like.
And they're like, we will for sure, we're going to get Godzilla with this. And if that doesn't work, we will for sure get him with these special new armor-piercing missiles. And the military
They have
man who is presenting this quotes General Patton with the line, Well, I'll just go ahead and play it here, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think anyone could say it better.
We've developed an advanced new weapon. A new generation of armor-piercing missile. It's so powerful it can penetrate any known material. I guarantee it'll go through Godzilla like crap through a goose.
And I think it's so good. Like crap through a goose.
Crap through a goose. Does crap through a goose really go that fast?
I don't know. This may not surprise you. This was an American edition for the American version. That line is not.
This
in the
wasn't
original
something
Japanese.
that wasn't something. Was it Toho? Is that who the
Toho,
Japanese
yeah.
company is? That wasn't something they insisted be added into the script.
Well, they approved it.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know.
They
approved
saw
of it
that
after
and
the
said,
fact.
"Good.
They
This
realized
is
their
staying
failings,
in. We
and
can't
they were
lose
like-
this."
They were like, "This is great." Sometimes those Americans do a good job.
Yeah.
So Godzilla comes up onto shore. There's some really, really rough compositing with him where he's like walking, and it's clear they've green screened him onto the beach, but he's moving at a different speed than the camera is zooming out, and his feet like disappear for part of it. It's a little rough. But then they shoot Godzilla in the dick.
Yeah, I did
They
do.
shoot him
I
right in the dick.
I made the note that when like oh wait, are you talking about when the helicopters do like their format, the military like choppers do their like format
No.
attack?
I guess that does happen first.
Or are you talking about the
I
goose
was
shitting
talking
missiles?
about I was talking about the special armor piercing missiles, and they fire right at his
Okay.
dick.
There was something I wanted to say. Yeah,
Oh, yes.
This was the computer thing I did notice. Did you notice the military computer screens when they're taking aim?
No, I didn't.
It looks very, very, very similar to the Solid Snake special in Super Smash Brothers, where there's kind of like a crosshairs that's going across until
Incredible.
it like gets right onto Godzilla where they want.
When are we gonna get a Metal Gear Solid Godzilla crossover? I mean, technically, I think one of the Metal Gear Solids did have a minor Godzilla reference in it, but
Really?
he didn't. Yeah, he didn't fight Godzilla though.
No, well, he did fight Bowser.
That's true. And I mean, Bowser is very much the Godzilla of Nintendo.
Yeah, he's the Godzilla of Super Mario
Or would
World.
that be Yoshi? I don't know.
No, wait, well, who is? No, I would say Bowser's more Godzilla-ish because he's got the fire breath and stuff.
It's true. And sometimes he gets turned into a big skeleton.
I don't know enough about kaijus to know which one.
Well,
Yoshi
Donkey Kong.
is.
I know who Donkey Kong is.
Who's Birdo? Who's the kaiju that just sucks everything into its mouth?
Well, I mean, we might get to that later in this movie. If we're talking about
Oh,
a monster that just eats everything.
I think he's somebody else, and I cannot wait to talk about that. But we should keep going so we can
So-
get to that.
So yeah, Godzilla shows up and they shoot these super special. I think they're called full metal missiles that they fire. Full metal missile. That's a
It's
reference
supposed to
you
rip
won't
through
get.
any material.
It's fine. That was a Full Metal Alchemist reference to our one Full Metal Alchemist fan who's listening.
Do we just have one?
We
super
have one
fan
of
from every
everything.
fan base. Is that what's going on?
We're collecting them like Infinity Stones.
Oh, good.
So they fire them into Godzilla's dick. And to be fair, these missiles do seem to actually hurt Godzilla, like a little bit. They don't stop him or anything.
Yeah, they do a lot better than like the team of 6 military choppers or any of the river mines or the
Yeah,
tanks do.
But, I mean, and to be fair, if you have a missile that hurts Godzilla, that's pretty good, but not that great. So Shinoda tells Yuki, because he's still here, he tells Yuki and Io, hey, you guys drive away from here because now it's too dangerous. And I'm like, I feel like it's been too dangerous, my guy. And then he gets on a little bicycle and just starts starts heading off towards the Godzilla destruction to do something. I don't know what his plan is.
Yeah, I don't either. It was very vague but fun. I did like that.
So the big floating rock, the meteorite, like scanned a bunch of scientists earlier. We forgot to mention it. Like scanned all their cells, and then it shows up to where Godzilla is, and it scans Godzilla. It scans his cells,
Yeah, and the scientists seem to take note of that, and yeah, they seem to take note of it and just kind of like laugh a little bit and continue to stand there. And I'm like, why aren't you guys taking cover? What if it reads your cells next? Like, they were very nonchalant about this
They're all
new
used
threat.
to getting radiation poisoning from being next to Godzilla. They're like, it's fine.
Either
Whatever
that,
this is,
or
it's fine.
they're already suffering cognitive decay.
It's quite possible.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why Yuki's an imbecile.
It could be, I don't know. But
I also like that the meteorite rolls up and just shoots Godzilla with a big laser that fucking sends him flying so far back. Like, this laser hits Godzilla and just throws him so far through the water. And then and then Godzilla just stands up and shoots it with a laser back and just blows a hole in this rock. And it seems like there might be something underneath it.
yeah, so this is
You sound
hold on.
impressed, Jay.
I'm trying to catch up in my notes because I'm not reading them verbatim. I'm just kind of glancing at them. And there's a point with the flying rock I absolutely do not want to miss. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm caught up with where we need to be at. Yeah. So yeah, the laser, the rock shot a laser. We talked about that, right?
Yeah, it shot Godzilla with a big laser, and it sent him flying like 100 feet.
Yeah, and then
more than
Godzilla
100 feet, like a mile backwards.
Yeah, Godzilla starts glowing Super Saiyan.
Oh yeah, Godzilla does his atomic breath, which interestingly is orange in this movie. Godzilla's atomic breath traditionally is blue, but
is that like this special design choice, or?
Yeah, it seems like it was just because Godzilla's spines usually light up blue, and then he fires a big beam out of his mouth. And they've changed the color a few times, but blue's kind of the standard. Sometimes it'll go like red if it's like really powered up, but this one it just seems like that was just the color they made it.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Okay, we didn't miss the part. There's one part I absolutely want to comment on, but we're not there yet.
So yeah, Godzilla.
Thank you for your patience.
Oh, no worries. Godzilla like blows a hole in this thing, and you see there's like a shiny ship underneath.
Yeah, it looks like it just got tumbled real fast.
And
so there's like a shiny thing.
Yeah, and and then we come back to Shinoda, who is riding his little bicycle down to the beach where Godzilla came up, and he's just like walking around in Godzilla's footprint, because I guess that's not radioactive. And then he finds like a little piece of Godzilla's skin on the ground, which I also guess is not lethally radioactive. And he's like, I'm just going to study this. And then Godzilla, I guess, just fucking leaves.
Yeah, it's unclear to me why the battle stopped. I know why the rock thing stops at this point. Like, the rock thing does not like fly off, nor does it continue attacking. It just kind of freezes in place, which will be explained.
Yeah, because
but it's not explained why Godzilla quite left at this point. I think he just kind of fucks off back to the sea for some reason.
Godzilla read the script and realized that it wasn't time for the final battle yet.
Yeah, so Godzilla leaves for question mark reasons, and the rock has stopped, so that kind of gives us some time to check in with the humans of the show.
Yeah, so the humans discover that the rock seems to be solar powered. Or powered by light,
or
at
powered
very least.
by light, because it was down in the ocean, and I think, well, maybe it's solar powered because they said that it was dragged up enough into the sun's light in the ocean.
I think Miyazaki says it's light, but it does seem like it's sunlight specifically.
Yeah, so that's what powers it and why it can fly around. And now that the sun is going down, I think is why it's not moving around.
So Katagiri and the boys, they're scanning this big shiny ship that's shown up, or the rock that's still in the ship, or rock that's around the ship. You get it, it's the meteorite, but now we know it's a ship.
It's a ship of some sort.
Yeah, Miyazaki gets a call from Shinoda for him, and Katagiri, basically, Shinoda calls him and Katagiri and is like, hey, I've got this Godzilla skin cell. And you guys should look at it. And then Yuki is off with her, like, with Io still, and opens up her laptop and finds an unknown file on it. And it seems as though the alien ship has stolen files from her computer.
Well, you're missing. I gotta paint a visual picture of what this is. Here is that like Yuki is looking through her laptop. There's a bunch of dates and like kind of like if you're looking through your files in your computer, like of written Word documents or something, it might have like the date and the time on it, and then like the last user who accessed it. So all of them are Yuki, except for there's one that says unknown, and I think it's supposed to be today's date or not today's date, but the date currently in the movie, which is August 8th, 1999. Did you look up that date to see if anything important happened?
I did not.
I did. I couldn't find shit.
Oh, I thought you were going to hit me with something really interesting.
I tried so hard. I'm like, please let me find anything. Let me find something this alien stole, please. I couldn't find anything, not in Japanese history, not in world history. I found stuff for like the 9th, but I'm like, well, that hasn't happened yet. Damn. So instead, I wanted to offer you what the top billboards were playing on that date.
Okay, hit me with it.
I got the top 5 were Christina Aguilera's Genie in a Bottle.
Okay.
Bills by Destiny's Child.
Okay.
Tell Me It's Real by KC and JoJo.
Okay.
If You Had My Love by Jennifer Lopez. And Wild Wild West by Will Smith.
Yes! Yes! Oh. Do you think that's what it stole from her computer?
I like to think that's what it was. I like to think Yuki was looking up the lyrics or something.
Wiki Wiki Wild Wild West.
And the aliens were like, what is this?
Wiki
Wiki Wild Wild West.
So I'm assuming that that's not the top charts for what was playing in Japan on that day.
No, I was too American. I was like, Americans made this movie. But
what if it was also Wiki Wiki Wild Wild West?
I hope so, because you know what? I think season 1 of Jersey Shore ended up being the #1 TV show in Asia for a while.
Well, I know that,
and it
Jay.
was
That's
called
why we're doing
Macaroni
this podcast,
Rascals. So
is the
it's not
crossover.
It's not out of the realm of possibility, I think.
So
another.
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say another thing visually with this is that so she sees, there's some unknown, it doesn't say like alien spaceship, it says unknown user or something, and her and Shinoda are looking at it, and they're like, what is this? What could this mean? Like, who accessed this? And then the camera does a hard cut to just The Rock. It's just a picture of The Rock.
Now, to be clear, we mean the shipwreck, not Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
No, I meant the shipwreck. I wish.
How good would it be if it just panned over and just The Rock is there?
The Rock is hacking Yuki.
So, moving on here, because it's a bunch of people talking about the ship, and quite frankly, we don't need to get into it too much, except for the fact that there is a bit where a character, one of the scientists, talks about, it's like, an alien spaceship? That sounds unbelievable. And Miyazaki does have a great response, which is here.
I'm convinced that this vessel comes from another galaxy.
A visitor from outer space? My God, it's just too crazy to believe.
Right. Like Godzilla's normal.
And I think that's... I was about to say, when I was watching the movie, I'm like, just a giant radioactive lizard there, guys. I'm glad somebody said it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So they discover, or should we talk about the science a little bit, like what Miyazaki and Shinoda discover in the lab?
So they discover that the Godzilla cells are able to like regenerate. And it's a thing called Regenerator G1.
Yeah, that's what they decide to name it.
And they have a meeting about this, and really the important part about this is they have a meeting, and Katagiri is just standing there the entire meeting, just oozing with Riz. I think he
oozes with Riz in any meeting. In any social interaction, really.
I write at this scene, do I like Katagiri?
I already knew I did.
I mean, come on. He's doing things. And he's those eyebrows.
He's a man in charge is what it is. It's like he's a man in charge.
I think it's more than that. He's a man who loves being in charge.
Yeah, it's not like he doesn't have the Jersey Shore guy thing where he's like, ooh, I'm gonna hook up with girls, and then a girl starts trying to make out with him, and he's like, oh no, this girl's making out with me. It's more like he knows what he wants, and he's after it, and he's gonna.
And what he wants is to kill Godzilla.
And he's throwing himself at.
You have made me think though, how good would it be to have Katagiri show up in Jersey Shore?
Oh my gosh, that would be amazing.
He's just there, and he sees like Snooky fall down the stairs, and he just goes, ha 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 ha.
Yeah, like he did it. Is there a Katagiri origin story? I don't remember ever clocking one in this. Like, is there a reason why he hates Godzilla so much?
He's just
aside
like
from him
this,
just
I
destroy
guess.
the city. We never get like Godzilla killed my wife during one of his rampages or nothing.
No, he just hates Godzilla.
I want a Katagiri Origins movie.
So there's a scene that in these notes I was going to describe more of, where like Shinoda and Io like get these discs, and they start to like run away with the information about the regenerator G1, and then they just immediately come back because Miyazaki steps out of the lab and goes, hey guys, you should look at this, and they just give up on their escape plan. So I don't think we really need to explain it. It's like 5 minutes of the movie that just doesn't need to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe if you're invested in the characters a little bit, there is like a tiny little bit in there about Miyazaki kind of talking with Shinoda, like, why didn't you want to join with us or whatever? And Shinoda is like, because like you guys are unethical and you're trying to kill Godzilla. So I mean, I guess if you're invested in that,
I more mean the bit where he and Io, it is really funny. They start like running away, and they make it like 4 feet down this hall, generously.
Yeah, it's not
4
far.
feet, and then Miyazaki like just steps out and sees them. They're like, ooh, and they just turn around and walk back.
Yeah, isn't it something where they have something? Like it's a yellow floppy disk or something?
It's the information about the regenerator G1, I believe. I think they
But
have
is it like
findings.
a physical thing?
Yeah,
yeah. Why did he just have Yuki take it away and he could have just gone and checked it with Miyazaki?
I don't know, man.
Well, anyway, that happened.
At this point, the ship begins like vibrating.
Yes.
And all of the rocks start falling off, and all of the indestructible cables that were put around it all start coming undone. And Katagiri is just death staring at this thing the entire time.
Yeah.
And
he
then
is trying to keep it within Earth's gravitational field with his death stare alone.
It's like Magneto trying to move the big radar dish in X-Men First Class. He's staring at it so intensely.
I would like to interject here. When I was watching this movie, like, I'm obviously having a lot of fun recapping it with my buddy Nick. When I was actually watching this movie by myself, I enjoyed some parts. I kind of chuckled here and there, but I was, for the most part, pretty bored up until this scene happens, and then after this scene, everything changed for me. I was sold. I was all in. I was on the edge of my seat. I was like, it changed the whole narrative for me when the rock snapped the cables and it went CGI. Because at first it just looked like a rock, and then it went CGI out of nowhere.
Just polished metal, really janky CGI. It looks like Pepsi
I need to know. What does it look like, Nick? I need to know from you what you thought it looked like.
I said it looked like Pepsi Man. It kind of looks also like if the T-1000 from Terminator turned into an iron, but did it like really shittily.
I wrote this in my notes. I thought I thought it looked like a clitoral vibrator.
Yeah, I can see that.
And then that changed the whole movie for me. From now on, I could not imagine this as anything other than a hostile sex toy takeover.
Oh no.
And I will get more.
Given what happens later in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it does look like if
can
the T-1000 turned into a clitoral vibrator.
You can imagine what I thought when I saw this thing start to attack buildings.
Oh, yeah. Jay, we're one episode in and we've had to say the words clitoral vibrator.
I didn't want it to be this. You picked this movie, not
I did
me.
pick this movie. This is my fault.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to get so raunchy episode 1, but this is what happened. I have to keep the visuals straight with our listeners, and that is what it looks like. I'm sorry.
You know, you're not wrong. And speaking of, the clitoral vibrator vibrates out of its cables.
It does. It visibly vibrates.
Like,
it sends vibrational waves that snap the cables, and I'm not making that up or exaggerating.
Yeah, no, it snaps the cables, and Katagiri's staring at it really intensely. And then
I would too.
It just starts flying away, and like some helicopters are flying next to it as it kind of flies over the city. And then it just vibrates again and just blows up the helicopters next to it. They just all explode.
Yeah.
And then it flies by Yuki's work, right? The office building. And there's like a hippie guy there. For some reason, there's a random hippie guy. And did you make note of what the hippie guy shouts when he sees this thing outside the window?
I don't think so. What did he say?
He just shouts, "Great Caesar's ghost!" as he just runs away from the window.
Great Caesar's ghost?
It's...
Well, that's a...
And then he just books it, and then Yuki's like, "I want to stay behind and die and take a picture of this thing." And they're like, "You gotta leave. The clitoral vibrator's gonna kill you." And so they drag her away.
We cannot combat this Love Honey Juno knicker. We can't. We don't have the manpower right now.
So, the ship goes, and it lands on top of a big building. And it looks like there's a shot in Neon Genesis Evangelion where there's a rogue EVA unit against, like, the red, like, sunset background. It's a very famous shot. It's very intense silhouetted, and it looks kind of like that. It's pretty sick. And then it is followed immediately by PS2 swimming Godzilla CGI, which is far less sick.
Yeah, I think I said the exact same thing. I said that's a very, like, what did I say? I said something along the effects of PlayStation 2. I also had the very same thought.
So that Godzilla scene is apparently the first ever CGI Godzilla used in a Japanese Godzilla movie. And quite frankly, I think they should have waited a few more years before putting that in. I don't think they were ready.
Oh, wait, I didn't say PlayStation 2. I said the UFO sex toy seems to be parked atop the tower. You know, it did like a Goomba ground pound from Mario and then stayed on top of the tower. And then it cuts to Nintendo 64 graphic Godzilla swimming through the ocean. But yeah, it seems to Godzilla seems to have regenerated from getting hit by those missiles.
Well, yeah, his dick grew back because he's got the regenerator G1.
Yeah.
So,
what are your thoughts on the crowd gathered around? Like, so I guess I should say this. So it's nighttime. The reason the UFO thing parks is because the sun has now gone down, so it no longer is powered. So it's just kind of staying there, and there's like a almost like it's the Super Bowl or something. Like, everybody's just gathering on the city streets. There's reporters, obviously, but there's also just like city people, like lingering around with like I think there's people selling like snacks and stuff.
In a world
so they're all
where
getting snacks to watch
Godzilla
this thing.
exists, you'd think you'd be like, let's move a mile out and then do this there.
There seems
Not
like there should be more
away.
evacuation processes in place. I say that, but then way earlier in the film, we did see like two fire trucks start to go towards Godzilla destroying a city and then veer off course once they saw it was Godzilla. So.
Yeah, for real.
It seems like the emergency personnel situation here is...
So, the ship seems to scan Yuki's computer and just all sorts of surrounding computers around it for information.
Yeah.
And the ship has, like, hacking tentacles they're invisible hacking tentacles that can only be seen through infrared, because the idea of wireless transfer of information wasn't possible in 1999, even for aliens. I also love that in 1999 movies, we just didn't understand how computers work, because the computer scanning is like a physical spreading effect.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like he can't just hack one computer and have all the access. Like, it's like reaching out to envelope every single, like, I guess, and Macs and Windows around.
So, like, we then come back to the, like, military labs, and Miyazaki's having, like, a whole moment where he's feeling, like, really bad about waking up the big vibrator.
Yeah.
And Miyazaki says, "We're all going to die, and I'm part of the reason, aren't I?" And Shinoda just kind of gives a
he doesn't say anything. He is deathly silent.
Yeah, he just kind of gives
not
like
reassure his buddy.
He practically pulls at his collar. It's
Yeah.
so funny.
It's pretty good.
I wrote here, Shin, we live in a society, Oda, over here with moral high roads in the middle of an alien invasion. Read the room, dude.
You know what I wrote for my next note?
What's that?
Seto Kaiba decides he hasn't seen enough explosions today and is going to rig up bombs to destroy the illegally parked vibrator.
Yeah. That ties, I was about to say very much similar, is he starts placing bombs around the tower that the vibrator is planted upon.
I guess the idea is the scientists have figured out at this point that it's sun powered, and they're like, so like we have all night to study it and to figure out what it's doing, and Katagiri is like, no, this needs to end tonight.
He's like, we have all night to blow it up. And then somehow Yuki just sort of wanders into the tower. And she's like,
there doesn't seem to be much security personnel.
She's like, I'm gonna figure out why this alien ship is interested in Godzilla. And I think it's weird that they're curious about that, because it's fucking Godzilla. Why would the alien ship not be like, what's up with that big lizard that fucking shoots lasers out of its mouth? Like,
yeah, why would we be interested in the biggest threat to us here?
Yeah, for
that
real.
We've seen so far.
It'd be weirder if they weren't interested in Godzilla.
Yeah.
So, okay, then there's a bit, I don't know if you noticed this. So, Shinoda and Io go to try and get Yuki, and a guard stops them and says you can't go in there. And then an alarm goes off. The guard looks, and they just walk past him, and he forgets they're there. It's like his cone of vision turns, and suddenly they're back in stealth mode.
Yeah, I wrote the general addressing them as a squirrel because an alarm blares nearby. He looks prolongingly distracted.
So I looked into this.
Yeah.
And there is an explanation. Apparently there is. Because later in the movie, Miyazaki says that he gave them access to the building. And I was confused, because I was like, that didn't happen. Apparently there was a whole scene where he calls that military guy and is like, hey, let him through. And that got cut out in the American version. But I'm watching this, I'm like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, I was like, that seemed kind of lazy, but, you know...
I was like, all right, but then I found that later. I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. What doesn't make sense is that Shinoda finds out the building is going to blow up in 10 minutes, and then goes, all right, come with me, young daughter, into the soon-to-explode building to find this reporter we don't like.
You know, there's a lot of areas he will take his daughter to that are questionable.
Yeah, that one's maybe the worst one, and the other one did involve fucking Godzilla.
Yeah. So yeah, they go in there very quickly. I don't know if there was maybe scenes that were cut out, but they basically the guard gets distracted, they run right into the building with no problems, and they find Yuki right away, but she's on the 40-somethingth floor, I think.
Yeah, she's really high up. And
yeah, so
you are missing the bit though where Katagiri is told by Miyazaki. He's told it's like, hey, Shinoda's in the building, and he just kind of thinks about it, and then says, fuck that guy in just the coldest way possible. And I'm gonna put in a clip here.
There's still a man in the building. Postpone the detonation.
Proceed as instructed.
It's Shinoda in there, sir.
Looks like I'm gonna have to send more flowers.
And it's just looks like I'm gonna have to send more flowers. That's so
that's
good.
Pretty. Yeah, he does not give two shoots. He doesn't give a goose's shoot or whatever about Shinoda.
Yeah, he's like, good. I'm glad he's gonna die, quite frankly.
He's a one-track mind. He says, you know what, if that's the if that is the gosh, why is the word escaping right now? Probably because it's a little late. The cost or the casualty of taking down Godzilla. That's what I'm.
Yeah. And then Io. So the building explodes, and Io and Yuki have, or no, the building hasn't exploded yet. It's about to explode. Io and Yuki have run off because Shinoda's like, I'll get the information from the computer because I can do it better than you because you're a dumb lady who doesn't know what she's doing. And I'm like, okay, dude. And then Yuki steals a car, I guess, like a red sports car from somewhere.
Yeah.
And then drives with Io. They start to go, and it's like a sad scene where it's like, oh, we have to leave your dad to die. And Io seems to be taking it really well. Like, she does not seem that upset about it. And then Yuki, like, turns the car around to go save Shinoda, and Io's like,
yeah,
cool.
Io's kind of seems to have like some sort of sad acceptance with this. Like, she's sad, but it's not like she's not like 11-year-old bawling about it. It's more just like she hangs her head so somberly.
She's sad like she just found out they're not going to be able to go get her favorite type of ice cream that day. Only her second favorite.
Yeah, she's sad like she got a Happy Meal from McDonald's and they drove away too far. And then she realized she actually didn't get a toy in her Happy Meal, but it's too far to turn around for that.
Yeah, it's not the response you'd expect. And then Katagiri has the button, and he's about to explode the building, and Miyazaki's like, don't do it! He's in there! And then Katagiri just gives him a look, and then Miyazaki just gives up. And lets him press the button. Like, he doesn't push it any further. And then they blow up Nakatomi Plaza. And with Shinoda still inside, but the vibrator remains unharmed. Like, they blow up the top level nearby where the vibrator is, and Shinoda has to, like, he like gets out of the way, and then the vibrator sends explosive vibrations down the length of the building below it.
Yeah, seismic vibrational waves of bliss.
Yeah, and needless to say, the large, tall, thick tower begins to just burst at this. It just like starts exploding level by level, and Shinoda's like, I need to get out of here. And so he just opens the door to an elevator, like the elevator shaft, and he just slides down the cable.
Worst burn in the world. He's gotta be having the worst.
Would be sliced off, and then he just hits the bottom, and his ass is not obliterated from landing. He should be so dead.
Yeah.
And I have here Shinoda, because then he crawls up through like a grate to get back to Yuki and Io who have come and look for him. And I have Shinoda crawls up from hell and back into the building to rejoin Yuki and Io. I assume that's what happens because, again, he has to be super dead.
Yeah, I wrote he eats ass.
Jay.
I meant like, you know,
Eats
he hits hard on his tailbone and then he kind of lays on his back and then it cuts away from him and I was like, oh, he died.
Yeah, he's fine.
We just watched Shinoda die. We finally saw somebody die in this film.
Well, and then Shinoda, he lives, and then he just shows up at Katagiri's, like, I guess, operations base, which is just on top of a random building nearby, and it's just like,
yeah,
nice try, asshole.
That's literally what he says, yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. And then we find out that apparently the aliens want to terraform the Earth, and they want to use Godzilla's cells to make a new form to do so. They want to make themselves a super body. Why they bothered to blow up the city to do this, I don't really understand.
I also had a note here, because it's still nighttime. So how is it flying? How is it powered?
Yeah, I had a similar thing, and my only thought I could come up with was that they were just wrong, and that's not what powered it. It's like it just had a battery or something.
Yeah, the only thing maybe that makes sense to me is maybe somehow Godzilla's proximity to it. Like maybe if Godzilla's got some sort of solar power thing to him, maybe as he's drawing closer to it, maybe that it can siphon power from that.
Maybe the light, maybe the energy from the explosion. But then he has a whole fight scene in this nighttime and does not get tired. So I don't know what the spaceship's deal is. But
yeah, so anyway, their whole sun theory's out the window.
You mentioned Godzilla getting closer, and Godzilla does roll up, and he's ready to kick this spaceship's ass, and you can tell because the original Godzilla theme is playing. And so the ship flies over, and it lands on another building, and Godzilla just seems really annoyed that it can fly.
Yeah, it was... Which Godzilla has seen it do before, so...
Yeah, it just seems really annoyed that it, like, flew away from him and went to another building. And then it, like, shoots big ground tendrils out of the ground. And they wrap around Godzilla. And they, like, knock him over and just start dragging his ass through the city. And it looks really good. Like, it's just destroying all these buildings. It's a really impressive set. And then Godzilla melts the cables by heating himself up with his power-up, which is pretty sick.
Yeah, it's like the Super Saiyan, he goes golden and everything.
And then Miyazaki goes, ooh-ah! When this happens, which is pretty great. And then there is Godzilla hits... The ship is, like, trying to fly past Godzilla, and Godzilla just spins around and hits it with the tail. And it's the most, like... stock metal clang sound effect you'll ever hear. And
it sounds similar to Princess Peach, like whacking somebody with a pan.
Exactly that energy.
But
it's
you don't have to take it from us. You can listen to it.
But yeah, so he just, like, knocks the ship out of the sky, and it, like, just fumbles through the city. And then the spaceship, he, like, loses sight of it. And then there's literally, Godzilla has a he's behind me, isn't he moment. When the alien spaceship, like, floats up behind, like, it floats up onto a building behind him. And then activates the gravity beam, and just drops the entire building on top of Godzilla. And it's really funny.
Yeah, and then he starts taking, like, his translucent tentacles that can gather data, and he starts, like, gleaning information from Godzilla.
Yeah, he's, like, pulling I think he's taking, like, his cells or whatever, because it starts using the regenerator G1, and it starts making an organic form. And it looks really bad.
I have thoughts about how it looks. So, Nick,
the big glowy jellyfish form is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I was about to ask you being the Pokemon expert that you are, if you could describe to me without looking it up what the Pokemon Tentacruel looks like.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I said without looking it up.
No,
I hear your keyboard. I see you.
Okay, what's his name? Tentacool?
tentacruel. There's a difference.
Oh, okay. I'm imagining it's probably like a big octopus, and it's got like really angry eyebrows, and it's probably like holding a gun.
Well, it's not holding a gun, but it is like a sort of octopus jellyfish type thing with an angry glare, and it's got like the brown tentacle stalks coming out of it, even though it's got a blue body. So that kind of reminded me of this form it has taken. And
Does it
that's
look like hot garbage?
No. Well, you can look it up now. Look up a picture of Tentacruel right now.
Oh, that's riveting content of me not knowing anything about Pokemon.
Well, our one Pokemon fan is about to be in for a treat because this is the moment.
Sort of look like that.
When I made the connection that this thing looks like Tentacruel, I realized I had more kaiju content for us because there is an episode in season 1 of Pokemon called Beauty and the Beach, where the whole thing is a giant tentacruel, bigger than tentacruels normally are. It's like a kaiju-sized tentacruel comes and starts destroying the city that Ash and his friends are in. And I think we need to watch that at some point in our kaiju studies.
I think we should end this podcast. I think we should just stop running this show now. I think it had a good run. Wrap it up, folks.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. It's so good. I was so happy. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's
somehow
that
I knew this was
going to
turn into I have to watch Pokemon. When we started this podcast, I didn't know how it would get here, but I knew it would. Well, we'll add it to the list after Clifford and the 50-foot woman. Well, luckily for all of us, the awful jellyfish monster becomes a weird suit monster.
Yeah.
It like morphs.
Tentacruel evolves.
Yeah, it evolves into a creature called Orga, not Gorga.
Is that ever mentioned in the movie?
I had to
or
look
is
it
that
up.
just something you have to know?
Because
okay.
I was like, I feel like I know this thing's called Orga, and then they never said it in the movie. And I'm like, am I wrong? And I looked it up. And for anyone who doesn't know, Orga looks like a mix of that big dumb mutant dinosaur from the most recent Jurassic World movie and a Skeksis from the Dark Crystal. If it had hands like those big novelty Hulk
I
fists.
also looked up Skeksis just because of those hook talon things it has.
He's kind of got Skeksy teeth, and then he's just got big Hulk novelty like foam punchy hands.
Yeah, he's got Hulk Skeksy hands.
And this explosion happens, and the world's most lightweight burning rubble slams into the building our heroes are on. And it
kills no one.
It kills no one and doesn't even seem to damage anything. It just sort of it's like if somebody threw an on fire beach ball at them, and they're like, oh.
Yeah. It looked like a comet coming in and turned into a baseball when it landed.
It slows down as it approaches.
Yeah.
So Orga shows up, and it and Godzilla just start throwing down, and they're punching, and then oh shit, the spaceship is still in the fight, so it becomes a 2v1 situation.
Yeah,
and
so
it's
awesome. I started describing kind of what they were doing. Like Godzilla headbutts Tentacruel turtle guy. Tentacruel claws him. Nothing seems to be much happening. Tentacruel kind of mashes his Godzilla. Finally, Tentacruel uses Hyper Beam, and it's super effective because he blasts Godzilla back into a building. And as Godzilla's back into a building, the ship also starts flying of its own accord.
And it just starts shooting him.
It's like a third Challenger.
And, running into him. It just slams into him. And then there's a great bit where the ship just slowly runs into Godzilla, which is hilarious. And Godzilla just gets so fucking upset. And the ship then... Godzilla starts charging up his atomic breath, and the ship, slowly flies in the way to protect Orga, and Godzilla just shoots straight through its attempt to do a human shield, and still hits Orga and, blows its shoulder off.
I wrote that, Godzilla is getting ticked that Tentacruel is not abiding by the normal, battle rules where it's, turn-based. because he's taken like 3 turns in a row, so he decides he's gonna get them both with one move.
He just shoots through both of them. The ship explodes. Like, Godzilla just fucks that ship up. And then and then Orga's like shoulder starts to regrow because of the generator 1. And then the city destruction continues to be cool because they're fighting. Godzilla like at one point sweeps his tail and it just like shatters a bunch of buildings. And I guess nobody died. Like, nobody talks about how there was no time to evacuate the city, really. Like, everyone who we saw crowded around the building is surely dead. But we don't see any
I
of
would
that.
assume so.
Well, maybe not. Maybe Godzilla perfectly misses all of them.
There's some like really good like kaiju WWE going on. Like there's some one point where what's his name? Orga?
Orga, yeah.
I'm gonna keep calling him Tentacruel probably. So Tentacruel's down on the ground and like he tries to get back up and Godzilla curb stomps him with his tail back into the ground, like right on the head, and then he tries to get back up again and Godzilla just does the exact same thing.
So
he smashes his head
He's
back
just smacking him with his tail and everything. I love also how bitey this fight is, which is gonna come into play in a bit. But like they're just biting each other. Like Godzilla's just going in and just biting the fuck out of Orga the whole time. He's going off. And then they have like a beam blast and Godzilla just fries Orga, and it's a really cool looking shot because Orga kind of like stumbles out after being fully on fire and the suit's all like fucked up, and then it like heals.
Yeah, this is where I thought, I'm like, surely must be the end of the fight because he just got like totally fried,
and he looks
like
rough.
he looked like he was done. I thought that was it.
It's a really good effect on the suit, and then it heals up, and all of a sudden Orga's mouth just opens and then just keeps opening, and there's a shot of Godzilla's face where Godzilla just has like a what the fuck? Look, or like Godzilla even like kind of looks back a little bit like, what's happening? Is this thing just opens up and it like opens this big wide mouth. And so I found a piece of trivia that cannot be true, but it claims that Godzilla, there were supposed to be tendrils that like lashed out to grab Godzilla and pull him into the mouth. There were gonna be CGI tendrils, but the trivia fact says that they forgot to put them in. And I'm like, that can't be true. Surely not. Because what happens instead, though, is this big mouth opens up and Godzilla just runs head first into the mouth and just starts getting eaten. And I'm just there like, Godzilla, what the fuck are you doing?
It did not look like a very effective fight move on his part, no.
And like Orga starts like absorbing Godzilla and starts like growing his spikes, like versions of Godzilla's spikes out of his back.
Yeah, I said this is the moment Godzilla realized he was actually fighting Ditto and not Tentacruel because then he keeps trying to turn into Godzilla. He like tries to copy his form.
Well, unfortunately, Ditto was not prepared for the fact that we see Godzilla's spikes start glowing. And there's a great shot of Orga's eye just kind of goes wide for a second. It's like a, ooh! And then Godzilla just explodes him from the inside out and just blows this thing apart. It's so cool.
Yeah, he emits a strange sound. It kind of like, I don't know if this is like a universal thing or if this is a me thing, but when I was like a kid, I used to have this like, my family, I should say, had this like toy spider from Halloween that would hang from the ceiling, and when you like pressed on it, it would like eyes would glow and it would wiggle and it would like go woo. It would make like a weird eerie Halloween song noise. Do you know what that is? You look like your eyes lit up with recognition.
I thought you were going to say a different thing, but I do know what that is. Oh. I thought you were going to describe... From the hand gestures you're making, I thought you were going to describe those sticks where it goes as you like turn it. You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. I only recently learned what that was. I never seen that in my life until recent.
I really hope my audio description of that helped. I thought that was a pretty spot on impression.
But yeah, it made a weird ear. It just made a weird kind of strange noise.
Yeah, and then so Godzilla blows that thing up. And then I apologize, audience. We're about to just have so many clips because the end of this movie just hits you with banger after banger. Because Godzilla roars in victory, and there's a weird zoom in on Eo's face during this, and it's almost like a, yeah, I did that. which is really weird. But then
yeah, it seemed to show some significance as if EO had done anything with
to
this
do
fight.
with that. And then EO, Yuki, and Shinoda are there, and Yuki says a whole line, and then Shinoda just does not care. He's so checked out, and here's that clip because it's just so good.
Boy, that's ironic. It woke up after 60 million years, and then Godzilla destroyed it the very next day.
Yeah. And it's just, I love that Shinoda, it just seems like he's wanting it to be done. Or maybe he's just so focused on the whole Godzilla thing. He's like, yeah, whatever. But it's so good. And then we get to the best scene in the movie.
Yes.
Where Godzilla is still upset. Because, you know, in some Godzilla movies, Godzilla will beat the monster and then peacefully walk off to the ocean. But this Godzilla, like...
That's not the case with this
yeah,
movie.
This Godzilla is such a dick. He just sees them and he's like, I'm headed over. And he just starts, like,
Is
marching
he a
towards
dick,
them.
or does he just remember that they shot him with a lot of goose-shitting missiles earlier?
That might be true.
That was my take on it, was that he somehow remembered...
That might also be true. He's like,
team.
you fuckers. But yeah, he just, like, walks over and just starts smashing the building around. Everybody starts running. Except for Katagiri is, like, there, and he's just staring up at Godzilla, and he's, like, laughing. And then...
Like, oh, no, it's better than that. Like, everybody... The team starts evacuating, like, Miyazaki, Yuki, Shinoda, Io, and all the military and science team. They're like, oh my god, get out of here! And they all start racing for the door, and Shinoda, like, is like the last, I guess, to the door, and he like looks back, and Katagiri has not moved. He is just staring down Godzilla, and he lights a cigarette.
He lights a cigarette and is just smoking one while he's He's just staring down Godzilla, and then Shinoda runs over and tries to grab him to like pull him away, and he just fucking punches Shinoda in the face.
Him. Yeah, he decks him hard.
And then he stares up at Godzilla, and he just... It's so good.
Come on! Leave me.
Daddy!
Ha! Godzilla!
And it's incredible.
Did that sound bit when he like when he screams Godzilla, and then when Shinoda screams Katagiri, and then Godzilla just starts roaring, did that also remind you of the Shrek 2 bit where they're all at dinner?
Donkey.
And he's like, Shrek, Fiona, Donkey.
It's so good. And then, yeah, so Godzilla does that, and like, so for context there, he shouts Godzilla as Godzilla just fucking smashes the side of the building, and he just falls and is obliterated, assumedly.
Shinoda tries, I think, maybe to catch him, but he's like a moment too late or something, so that's why he's screaming Katagiri.
And then
Godzilla
is just screaming. And then Godzilla, having killed his nemesis Katagiri, just turns around and goes back over towards the rest of the city. And I'm sorry for another clip, but you need to hear about how Godzilla is inside each one of us.
Then why? Why does he keep protecting us?
Maybe because Godzilla is inside each one of us.
That is the last line of this movie.
That's the last line of this movie, and then the last scene of this movie is literally right after he says there's a Godzilla in each of us. It hard cuts to Godzilla flaming the city apart.
Just Godzilla stomping through the city, and it's just a wide shot of, it just starts breathing its atomic breath and just burning the city, and then the credits just start rolling. That is the end of the movie. No one comes up with a plan to try and stop it. No one's like, we should leave. It's just Godzilla's here and he's gonna fuck shit up.
The credits start going up as the flames are everywhere, and I just said, LOL, that's the end.
It's so funny. I wrote Godzilla fucking victory roars over it and keeps fucking up the city. No peaceful ending, just Godzilla loving his job of fucking up the city. It's kinda great.
It's one I don't think I can think of a better ending. I thought that was amazing.
It was so good.
Do you have any reviews about this movie?
I do have some reviews about this movie, Jay. I'm glad you asked. So, I already read that one earlier about how Japan couldn't be proud of this. So these are all negative reviews. This movie, I should say, is held in pretty, seems kind of average amongst the Godzilla fandom generally. It's kind of, I don't think it's most people's favorite, but most people don't seem to hate this movie. It's kind of like it's an alright one. But negative reviews...
It exists.
These negative reviews are more funny than just, people saying this movie's good. I think it's pretty solid. I don't think this is the best Godzilla movie by any stretch, but I think it's alright.
I enjoyed it. I mean, obviously I don't have much to compare it to, but I enjoyed it. I thought at first, I'm like, oh goodness. But then, like I said, once that spaceship turned into an actual spaceship, I was all in. I loved the fight. I loved the ending. I thought it was really solid.
I think a pretty middle of the road Godzilla movie. But here's some people who did not feel that way. This is a review from July 1st, 2001. So this was hot off the presses when this came out, which says, the worst movie of the century. Keeping in mind the century had just started.
Yeah, it just happened. What? I'm curious as to what they're comparing it to. What else came out in 2000?
Godzilla 2000 is easily the worst movie of 2000, easily the worst movie of the last decade, and easily the worst movie of the century. I don't know why it was ever made. It's a waste of money, a waste of film, and a waste of time. The special effects are the pits. Okay, so I know Godzilla flicks are supposed to be cheesy, but come on. This is really pushing it. Lame, lame, lame. The worst film I've ever seen in my entire adolescent life. Wretched and beyond.
The adolescent life is so wonderful at the end there. I'm already imagining like a 13-year-old that's just getting incrementally mad as he continues watching.
There's another one here that just says 1 star. This is from 2021. Sorry, half a star. I don't like this movie. It has no good special effects. With many exclamation points after that.
I beg to differ.
I was gonna say, it's pretty special effects. Okay, finally. This is from the year of our Lord 2005, which you may recall is the 50th anniversary of Godzilla.
Yeah, I remembered some important date from earlier that you'd mentioned.
The worst Godzilla movie ever. That's not true. There's much worse Godzilla movies. This was painful to watch as a Godzilla fan, and there are 5 main reasons. Oh, God.
Oh.
Number 1, it was mushy. Godzilla is in all of us. The stupid little girl. How dare you, quite frankly. How dare you?
He's an EO hater, huh?
We have the number 2. The one fighting sequence lasted way too long.
What?
Number 3.
I didn't think it lasted that long, and I thought it was the best part.
Number 3. The plot was not really that good. All right, you got me there. Number 4. The special effects looked like animation. I don't know what they mean by that exactly, but it's an interesting choice of phrase. Number 5. The character setup sucked. They either came or went quickly or stayed around to the point of exhaustion. I guess there's 6. So I guess they didn't want to go back and change it. Number 6. The fight was commentated. Shudder. I mean, it wasn't. Nobody was talking during this fight. I don't know, man. Better alternatives include every other Godzilla movie. Here, this is why I chose this one, though, Jay. Nobody even died in this movie. I recommend watching a completely different movie. I think I'm going to retch. Another retch. I think I'm going to retch just thinking about this crappy movie. Please may the studios who did this stop and go out of business.
I just love who. Is there a name on that? Like, did they have a username
There is
that they
name.
posted?
This is by
What's that
Brad the
username?
Bum.
Brad the Bum. I love that Brad the Bum. Like, that is such a sick burn on Brad the Bum's part where he goes, there's 5 reasons to hate this movie. Actually, just kidding. It's so bad that there's now 6.
There's
like,
now 6.
That's
I won't go back
great.
and change this.
I like Brad the Bum. I think, you know what? I liked this movie, so I disagree with Brad the Bum's analysis, but I do appreciate the sick burn, and I I also appreciate that he was willing to add a solution at the end of his comment, which was to watch any other Godzilla movie.
I like the fact that he's like, no one died, completely forgetting that Katagiri got utterly obliterated. the only
true.
human who died.
The only person Godzilla killed.
Yeah.
On camera.
Yeah.
So, Nick, should we did you have any more reviews before I cut us away?
No, that's all I've got for reviews, Jay.
Should we discuss the theme? Because I actually did find a theme. I was kind of like when we started this and I was watching Jersey Shore episode 1, I went, "Oh god." I'm like, if ever we won't be able to find a theme between the two, it's probably going to be episode 1 because they're doing a lot of cast introductions and things like that. They're kind of doing a lot of setup explaining of what, you know, the rules are, I get the loose rules of living there and stuff. So it's like, oh, but I actually did. I found a theme. And I'm curious if you did.
I sort of did, I guess. I didn't feel super strongly about my theme, but I feel like the theme of the Jersey Shore episode was all about belonging. It was all about, you know, Snooki wants to belong in this new place, and she's having a hard time. All of them are trying to figure out where they fit into the Jersey Shore, if they belong, who they belong with in the case of the situation, and Sammy. And in the case of the Godzilla movie, I don't know, man. The vibrator spaceship wanted to terraform the planet to make it a place where it could belong. But then we learned that humans and Godzilla have to belong together, and we can't. I struggled to find a theme with this one. I'm interested to hear what you've got.
There's a Godzilla in each of us.
Yeah, there's a Godzilla in each. They learned where they belong, which is, I guess, standing watching Godzilla destroy their town.
Yeah. The theme I had was jumping to conclusions. Because at the end of episode 1 of Jersey Shore is Snooki, you know, is kind of jumping to the conclusion that all the roommates are still hate her and are hung up about the night before's faux pas when they were actually talking about a completely different thing. And similarly, Godzilla, like, they were, you know, and it seemed like in the Godzilla one, they were trying to, like, Katagiri was all about, we gotta kill Godzilla, and then it seems like Godzilla was more or less just after this alien and not really after the people, and, like, that was kind of Shinoda's whole thing, is like, well, hold on, let's not be hasty and jump to conclusions, let's study it and try to figure out what it's wanting and what it's doing. So, I thought the theme was jumping to conclusions.
Theme. I did just think of another one, though.
Ooh,
which is paying the price to be part of something. You see, Yuki wants to be part of the Godzilla, detection.
The GPN.
Yeah, the GPN. And all of the Jersey Shore cast want to be part of the Jersey Shore show. And Yuki has to pay an exorbitant amount of money, whereas the Jersey Shore has to pay for having years and years of their lives ruined by being on this show. Who do you think paid more?
Who do I think paid more?
We know who got paid more, and it wasn't the Jersey Shore cast in season 1, apparently.
No, they did not. But I think they got paid more financial-wise long term.
Probably for Yuki, because wait, another thing. Yuki's not getting paid extra for those Godzilla pictures. The Jersey Shore cast isn't getting paid for that first season.
That's
Another
true.
connection. There's so many.
They're both getting taken. Yeah, they're both getting exploited a bit. Yeah, taken advantage of. Wow, we found more themes than I thought we would on episode 1.
I'm sure we're gonna find this many or more every other episode too.
I'm sure we're gonna have the same success rate.
Yeah, 100%. We're at 100%, and we're gonna stay that way forever. Well, I said earlier, what the next Godzilla movie or next kaiju movie, because it's not always gonna be Godzilla. It is gonna be Godzilla next week because it's the name of our show. Obviously next episode, these aren't weekly. Next episode will be obviously Jersey Shore episode 2, which I'm excited to watch. I probably will be watching that next week. And then I'm thinking, you've seen Godzilla, you know who Godzilla is. I think we need to introduce you to some of Godzilla's supporting cast. And
I've heard the name Mothra before, I'm very excited to actually see what their deal is.
The second most popular Godzilla monster in terms of name recognizability is Mothra. And so I think we need to jump back to early Godzilla with the very first appearance of Mothra in Godzilla vs. Mothra. And so I think that will be our next kaiju episode. Get ready for a very different vibe, because this is no CGI in this one. This is an old movie. When's this from? Let's look it up real quick. I should have known this, but Godzilla vs. Mothra. This is from 1964. Sorry, Mothra vs. Godzilla, not Godzilla vs. Mothra. That's a different movie. Mothra vs. Godzilla from 1964.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure I've ever watched any show from 1964, so this will be a pioneer show for me on many fronts.
We're gonna watch stuff far older than this on this series, because Godzilla's older than this, and then original King Kong's even older than that.
What year was 50-Foot Woman made? I remember that one being fairly early.
Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, 1958.
Wow, I cannot wait to go back to...
I'm sure we'll get to that when we watch that movie at some point, but 50 feet's not that big. I mean, it's big for a woman.
50 feet will kill you if you jump off
It's big for a woman, but compared to a Godzilla, not that big.
How big is Godzilla?
Depends on the Godzilla.
Maybe we should... Well, how big was the Godzilla we just watched? Maybe we need to add that.
I looked this up, and then I went, that's not gonna matter, and I didn't include it in my notes. I was like, that's boring. Jay doesn't want to know that.
I do. I mean, I feel like comparatively, you know.
Godzilla 2000 is 55 meters tall, 180 feet.
Okay, a quick question for you. How tall is the tallest Godzilla?
Well, that would be from the...
Because
that would be from
we don't
the
have to...
Netflix series. The Godzilla... How tall is Godzilla Earth? Because Godzilla Earth is that one. He's like the size of like a fucking mountain. Godzilla is approximately 318 meters tall, which is about, let's see here, for those of us who use foot measurements. Oh god, what did I say it was? 318.
Yeah, that sounds right.
That is 1,043 feet tall.
Jeez. Isn't a mile 1,000 something?
Something like that. I'm also not convinced. I think that guy might be bigger than that. He's really big in that movie. In the anime.
Yeah. And we don't need every single Godzilla height. I'd just be curious as we continue on with these kaiju movies, like if there's a new kaiju introduced, like Mothra, or if we're watching Clifford, the Big Red Dog. I think we should include the height.
I can include the height of Godzilla in each movie. Why not?
Because I want to know who ends up being the biggest of the biggest. You know, these are all all-star cast of biggies, and I want to know who's the supreme.
This Godzilla we just watched is about 180 feet tall.
Okay.
Which is a bit taller than the original one. Godzilla ranges in size, but bigger than 50 feet.
That's about like a little over 3 50-foot women.
Yeah. Godzilla's height changes depending on how big the buildings are in the era that it came out in. So modern Godzillas are generally bigger because the skyscrapers are bigger. And if Godzilla looks small next to the skyscrapers, that's embarrassing for Godzilla.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
I think that we did it. I think this was successful. Thank you for our one Godzilla and our one Jersey Shore listener who stuck with us till the end. And we are so excited to bring you more content. And just remember not to jump to conclusions and that we all belong.
And remember that Godzilla is inside of each of us. And that's beautiful.
Yeah.